Peel and replace the ACA?
Not yet.
Did he build the wall? Did he make Mexico pay for it?
Let's focus on this term.
Did he reduce grocery prices?
Yeah.
Really? Because that hasn't happened. Grocery prices have gone up and become more expensive. Did he reduce prices overall? Nope. They become more expensive.
It's not true.
That is true.
It depends on where you live.
No, on average for the country, gas prices are more expensive since Trump got in office. On average in the country, grocery prices are more expensive than when Trump got in office. That's a fact.
It's not true.
That is a fact. It's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics under the Trump administration.
Okay. Sure.
What do you mean, sure? Are you accepting the Trump administration's numbers?
I will focus on this time last year.
Okay. And what about this time last year? We don't have data actually right now on that for what it is even right now because the government shut down, which Trump said if the government is shut down, it's the president's fault because he should be getting people together to work on a deal, which he's currently not doing.
He's probably golfing, right?
Yeah, probably.
I doubt it.
I mean, JD. I mean, he's AI posting. He's posting AI videos of himself shitting on Harry Sisson. That's what he's doing. He's on the toilet posting AI videos of himself dropping shit from a jet onto Harry Sisson. That's what he's doing. He's not. He's not addressing anything else. He's not like trying to make the country better. He's not getting people to come together to specifically like work on a deal to like get the government to operate. He's on the toilet posting videos of him shitting on Harry Sisson.
He campaigned on less government.
Well, I'm sorry. What do you mean less government? Right?
Less government.
What, is he using less government in the context of the First Amendment? Is he using less government specifically in terms of, trying to deploy the National Guard in democratically run states when he could be sending them to Republican?
That's fine. You know what? If the Democrats would mind their business and not ruin their own cities.
What do you mean mind their business and not ruin their own cities? Trump's sending the National Guard into their cities. They're minding their own business.
Good.
What do you mean?
Because the presence of the National Guard may keep them in order.
What do you mean in order? I'm sorry. Why don't you go to a state in which there's a Republican governor, where there's no constitutional issue, where there are higher murder rates? Like, for example, Texas, as comparative to comparing that to California. California has a lower murder rate than Texas. So wouldn't it make more sense to send them to Texas, where there's a Republican governor, where there's no constitutional issues, with sending the National Guard there, and then you can prove to the rest of the country that it's effective? Why is he sending them to states specifically with democratically run governors? Is it because he's trying to maybe test the bounds of his authority and ability to violate? Are you driving?
No. Sorry. Hold on just 1 second.
He's trying to test his ability to violate the Constitution?
Just give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Okay, that was my wife. I had to pop the trunk for my wife. Repeat yourself.
Oh, you're fine. So I'm saying that he's not actually trying to make the country safer, because if he was trying to do so, he would be sending the National Guard to Republican-run states, right, that have higher murder rates. So if it's to actually address murder and address violent crime, send it to states that have higher violent crime rates, that have Republican governors where there's no constitutional issue with sending the National Guard there because the governor disagrees with you doing so. He's trying to test the bounds of his ability to violate the Constitution and seeing what the courts will do in response. That's what he's testing. He's testing the bounds in which he can take his authoritarianism. So you say that he's not some big government individual, but all he's doing is big government. He's violating people's constitutionally protected rights.
What state do you live in?
California.
California. Okay. So, what's wrong with California right now? Huh? I'm not.
Are you about to drive?
I'm in the passenger seat.
Okay, then you're fine.
What's wrong with California right now?
Oh no, Trump was trying to send the National Guard here, and we had protests because of that. He did send the National Guard here.
Good.
And that's bad because our governor disagrees with it, which means it's not constitutionally allowed.
It is constitutionally allowed. Okay.
It's not.
What happened?
Not if,
what
not if
happened?
the governor
what happened?
disagrees. That's why when he's sending it into a democratic state, that it's not constitutionally allowed. If he cared about addressing crime, he would be sending them to areas in which there are Republican governors because there's no constitutional issue with him sending in the National Guard. And there's higher rates of murder, higher rates of violent crime in these areas that are in red states. Why doesn't he address the violent crime in red states where the governors are asking for it?
If the governor Newsom gave a shit, excuse my language, he would have control over what's going on in California. Huntington Beach.
Huntington Beach, where Republicans live?
Damn.
It doesn't matter who lives there.
Yeah,
It means people are marching.
Orange
marching.
County is
How do you know-
MAGA.
how do
I just want to let you
that
know. You picked the
Republicans live
one
there?
area in California that's MAGA, by the way.
The whole state is full of Democrats. They vote Democrat. Why are they on the streets?
That's
Creating
why we're going to
violence?
vote yes on 50 and take back this country from the people who literally are trying to literally rig the side so that it can give them more power with less votes. They're literally trying to gerrymander states across the entire United States without asking the population of their state if they can do it or not. And California is setting precedents that if you want to redistrict, well, you have to ask the population. And that's a better precedence than what's existed historically on the Republican side.
Look, California has wanted to be a separate country or separated from the United States for a long time.
I wish, because we pay money into the federal government, and it goes to a bunch of red states, right? If we could just run ourselves, we would be better off. I mean, we have like the 4th largest economy in the world, right? We'd be fine. We'd be amazing,
Why
right?
are people moving? And why are people moving to my state, which is Utah? For the last couple of years, they're all moving here. Why is that?
Why are they moving to Utah?
Yeah,
I mean, that would probably be just like a local thing.
they're flooding here
Okay. Andrew, what's your point?
because California is a horrible state to live in. It used to be a great state to live in.
I love California.
How about downtown LA?
Okay, where specifically are you saying like in every city specifically there are going to be areas where you like specifically would be trying to refer to as quote unquote bad, right? That's what you're trying to say. Do you think that doesn't exist in areas run by Republicans?
Sure, it does. Yes, it sure does. Of course it does.
Okay, so then what's your point?
My point is,
Like, what are Republicans doing to address all of the conditions in which, put people in bad conditions? Right? What are they doing to address people's healthcare needs? What are they doing to address the needs for childcare in our country? What are they doing to address the housing crisis?
they're doing a lot of things here in
Like?
Utah.
No. What are Republicans? Because we're talking about the national level. What are Republicans doing from a national level?
Okay, look, the problem is the federal government gives a lump sum of money for the homeless, for housing, etc. Right? Several billion. Correct.
What's your point?
My point is that the people at the top who trickle it down to the programs where it's needed are taking advantage and taking a shitload of money that they don't deserve, a wage they don't deserve, if they even show up at all, or have any plan at all. Look it up.
Are you saying business owners aren't reliable in fulfilling tasks because they will be greedy?
I'm saying the people in charge of the homeless population.
Wait, no. Are you saying that like the businesses that have been contracted to address things from a governmental perspective, right, or government like investing in them, like the businesses themselves, the contractors haven't been reliable because of greed and the profit incentive?
It has nothing to do with contractors.
That's what it sounds like you're saying.
It has to do with who's being handed the money to deal with the homeless.
Private contractors?
It's not private contractors, and you know damn well it's not private contractors.
So who's being given the money?
The state, the health department.
Where do they spend the money?
Well, they give a very small portion of it to where it should be.
Well, okay, where did you
Look
find
it
this
up.
information from?
Look it up.
Well, I'm asking you because it sounds like you haven't even looked into it, and you're just trying to make all of these claims about it as like in such a confident manner.
Well, I'm making a claim about where did I find the information?
Yeah.
Over the last 3 years, it's been a very sensitive topic, and especially in California. You know what?
I live in California.
There's corruption in California and in their government. How many?
And you
how
know
much
that
money-
living in Utah?
Look, I spend some time in the Bay Area.
Yeah, you've
The
spent
Bay Bridge?
some time in the Bay Area.
My parents are from my parents are from Hayward.
cool.
Okay.
I've lived in Los Angeles for over a decade.
Okay, listen. The New Bay Bridge. How much over did they budget? How much over budget did they go?
So your judgment is that a particular governmental program went over budget. I mean, do you want to talk about the Trump administration and their budget issues?
No,
They're giving massive trillion-dollar tax breaks. They're giving trillion-dollar tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, right? And
Good,
adding that
good.
all to the debt. You think that's good?
Good. Yeah, I do
Yeah,
think tax
and
breaks
they're
for
cutting off,
billionaires.
and you know, the big beautiful bill, for example, cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast. I have a
Good.
question: are you Christian?
I am Christian.
So it's very, very Christian to give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires to the tunes of trillions,
Yes, it is.
while cutting free school lunch and breakfast from children in the context of school systems to the degree of 420,000
It is.
children on average every single month. Very Christian, right? Tell me, where in the Bible does it tell you to do that?
I don't know where in the Bible does it say school lunch?
I don't know. Maybe the part where like literally God spawned in manna from heaven, right, and gave it to people for free. I don't know. Maybe then.
Maybe it will put their parents to work to
I mean,
get
do you
their ass
remember
busy.
that? I mean, did that not happen in the Bible? Did Jesus not teach you to like love thy neighbor and to like feed the poor and the hungry?
Yep.
Especially
Yeah,
the
what about
children.
tough love?
Especially
What
the
about
children.
tough love? What about tough love?
You mean you think it's tough love? You think it's acceptable to starve children?
No, I don't think it's acceptable to starve children. I think it's
That's what you just said.
acceptable
You just said it's
for the
acceptable
parents
to vote for
work
policy
harder.
that starves children.
I think it's acceptable for the parents to work harder so they don't have to be on free lunch. Because there's a lot of lazy fucks around.
Okay, so you're just calling everyone lazy. You know who's lazy? Donald Trump, JD Vance. Can you name one thing JD Vance has done during his vice presidency?
Yes, I can. He went to Texas when the floods hit.
Him going to a place? No, I'm asking, what has he done as vice president? Like a policy, maybe? He's advocated for anything legitimate other than just
Why-
going to a place?
Why are you skipping
I mean,
around?
I could say he's vacationed, right? He sat
No,
on
he's
the
not
couch.
vacation.
He's done some things with the couch. What's up?
He's done, but neither of them have done any vacationing. They've been campaigning for such a long time.
No, Vance has been vacationing multiple times. He's
Yeah?
vacationed on multiple occasions.
Where'd he
This
go?
year, dude.
Where'd he go?
I saw one where he was at Disneyland.
Well, good. That's a good family vacation.
Yeah, Disneyland. I mean,
What does that have to do with anything? Have you been to Disneyland? Your
no,
parents take you?
I haven't been to Disneyland in the past 9 months. No.
On the past 9 months, don't you think he has children who want to go to Disneyland like you did when you were a child?
I mean, well, multiple times during the year. When I was a kid, I didn't go on like 4 to 5 to 6 to 8 vacations. You know, like the entire year. Like I didn't do that. I didn't do that utilizing tax dollars from the federal government. I definitely didn't do that.
Okay, I highly doubt he's spending tax dollars to fund his.
I mean, taxpayer money from the context of his private security from the federal government.
He makes
Or
a
not
wage,
private security, but security through the government.
but he makes a wage.
He makes a wage. Yeah,
Yes.
and he's still getting paid while he's on vacation
How do you know that?
because he has a salary.
Okay. Okay. A lot of people who have salaries go on vacation and are still paid.
8 times in a year. No way. Why did it make me kick him for hate speech and hateful behaviors? That's kind of crazy, right? That's the second flag for the stream. So I should hit a restart, chat. I should hit a restart. I don't want to lose this account because this is literally my last account. Okay, chat? Literally my last account. What's going on with TikTok, bro? It's so bad right now. It's so bad. What's going on? We're going to hit a quick restart here on TikTok. I recommend to go over to the YouTube. Parker, get a job on YouTube, everybody. Join the 2,100 people over on YouTube. We're going to hit a quick restart. It should take like 30 seconds real quick. I'll be right back, though. I'll be right back. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. I think you have to close out of the chat in order to be able to do that. So I'd recommend to do that.
Me, for example, I do own a AR-15. I've owned it ever since I was 18, and I would be willing to give it up if there was evidence, strong evidence, where restricting or prohibiting the ownership of that weapon would save more human lives than it protected it.
Okay. Sure, I think that's a fair take. So I guess here would be my question then. In terms of, I guess our difference isn't necessarily from a moral perspective. It sounds like our disagreement is like in terms of our understanding of the statistics on the matter, right? That specifically,
I wouldn't disagree.
At least from my understanding, right? There are countries around the world that have reduced access to guns that have significantly less gun violence, right? Around the entire world, we see multiple different examples. So I do think that there is sufficient enough reason to believe that we would do so. Plus, like the share of people who get access to like guns from the illegal markets, it would be to a lesser extent if it is the case that we reduce the legal access to guns, because it reduces the supply and then increases the price on the black market. So it reduces access. Think about it this way. Like kids, which are typically like people around that age, are the ones that are most likely to engage in unaliving children in the context of schools, right? So if it is the case that we can reduce their access from a legal standpoint from being able to get it, there are explicit circumstances I can provide you where it would have limited their ability to actually engage in this in the first place. Like, for example, the shooter at Uvalde, right, waited until they hit the day in which they were legally able to get the gun to go and do it. And if they did not have the legal capacity to do so, it's very likely that they wouldn't have been able to do it to that extent.
Okay. I don't disagree with that logic. I guess let me clarify. Would you support an all-out ban on all weapons if it was possible?
If it led, like what you said, if it led to a circumstance in which there was more lives saved, I think yes. I think that's the common sense answer. But really, I think it'd be our understanding of statistics to understand specifically whether or not that would be effective. And I haven't necessarily seen a complete and total ban necessarily to do so. I also do necessarily, to a certain extent, empathize with the idea that there is a right to self-defense in relation to having access to guns, right? So, but that would really only apply to like pistols. And from a constitutional perspective, that's also what it is.
Right.
Really, only the pistol is granted as the self-defense.
Right, I don't disagree. I think that the handgun is probably the optimal choice for self-defense. Then, what do you think the purpose of the Second Amendment is?
Well, some people claim it's specifically like defense against a tyrannical government, but I think in the reality of the world that we live in today, we can't fight the government with the level of particular armament that they have, and I don't think that we should have the same armament as them, because then that would be saying that like legal citizens should be able to own tanks, right, and miniguns and RPGs, right, attack helicopters, and essentially be able to run their own private militaries.
Nope. So I agree, but also disagree at the same time, and let me explain. The idea of overthrowing a tyrannical government, yes, is 100%, I believe, what we created the Second Amendment for. However, I don't think that we're overthrowing the military, because military, once again, they're U.S. citizens. We're overthrowing our actual government, the people in charge. So when you cut off the supply of firearms to citizens, they no longer have the ability to overthrow like government officials. I mean, because I don't think that the military, unless everyone in the military is 100% completely brainwashed,
democracy would be the way that you do so. Literally just by voting. That's what our current system allows for. So we need to limit the level of corruption that would exist within our current system, but that's the way that we vote people out of positions of power, is by voting them out. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you think that we have to utilize violence to do it? I don't think in the United States we have to. I think in the United States we can vote. As of now.
I think that at one point I would have agreed with you, but I think present day, I think that we are getting away from that in the idea that we are trying to say that we're getting our voice out there with all these protests going on and things like that. But it's causing violence all around the
No Kings protests were peaceful as fuck. Like, where was there violence?
I don't disagree. I wasn't specifically referring to that protest, but we have that wasn't the only protest that's happened in the last couple of years, though.
Sure, I mean, but like you can give examples of protests on both sides that have led to violence. That doesn't 100% mean. But I can give you a unique point that Donald Trump has pardoned violent
this isn't
rioters
red versus blue, though. I'm not talking red versus blue.
But like when we're talking about from a national perspective in terms of the candidates, I can give you an explicit example where Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots right after Donald Trump incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, and you couldn't say the same thing for the Democrats. So there are explicit examples where the Republicans, like Donald Trump, have explicitly endorsed political violence, and you cannot say the same thing for the Democrats. The Democrats have historically continually condemned it.
Yes, at a government level, I can see that. But at a citizen level, I mean, even if we just go back to Charlie Kirk, you see it all over the internet. Democrats promoting that violence.
Most like content creators specifically did not promote violence towards Charlie Kirk. That's ridiculous. Secondly, if you want to address this, let's look at it from this perspective. Name a single person who is a Democrat affiliate in the context of Congress that specifically, condoned the murder of Charlie Kirk.
No, I'm not saying any. Like I just said, no one at the government level.
Name a single Democratic congressperson that condones political violence and at all.
Like I said, it doesn't happen at the government level.
Okay, so if it doesn't happen at the governmental level, what point are you making? Because from the governmental level, it does happen on the Republican side.
Right, and so I see what you're saying, and I don't disagree. But what I'm saying is that there is individuals on both the right and left who
there are people on the right that are in support of the KKK. Now, does that mean that you're going to brand the entire right as the KKK? No, you're not going to do that, right?
What'd you say? Sorry, I missed that.
You're not going to say because people on the right, there are people on the right that do support the KKK, that you're going to brand the entire right as supporting of the KKK. So then why are you using this as a reason to say that like Democrats should be looked at in this particular way when it's not a single person in office?
Well, what I'm saying is that you just did that. When it comes to
you're just talking about, I'm talking about people in office. You're talking about people who are like not in office, right?
Right. So you're using the category of people in office to generalize Republicans versus Democrats.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I saw some idiot MAGA supporter on TikTok do this. Therefore, that's a representation of the entirety of Republicans. If you would do that, then you could say that about all of the idiots that have come up on my live stream, right, all the time. I don't do that. I don't claim that every MAGA supporter is like that. Right. So, I mean, there are plenty of MAGA supporters that have come up here and supported political violence towards me. OK, I mean, am I going to categorize that for the entirety of the right? No, that would be ridiculous to do that.
No, I agree 100%. I don't disagree with you.
And can you name any large content creators that are in support of political violence on the left?
Not by name, but I have seen some. I did see some popular. I wouldn't say famous, but I would say they have a decent following on TikTok who supported the Charlie Kirk. I couldn't name them off the top of my head. I don't follow them nor support them, but come across my page with a decent following.
Okay, well, I mean, like, I don't know what I could do with, like, there's maybe one person I saw, but I can't tell you who they are. I mean,
like I said,
there are explicit examples of people on the right explicitly on Twitter condoning the Hortmans getting murdered, right?
Right.
right? Or
Right,
like,
but
for
you
example,
asked-
Paul Pelosi
you asked me
being
for an
beaten with a
example, though.
hammer,
That's why I said that.
or the
I'm
January
not
6th violent
categorizing.
rioters. Like, I mean, I can give you explicit examples.
Right, and I'm not categorizing Democrats. You asked for an answer, and that was my answer. I'm not categorizing all
But that's
Democrats.
what you were doing. I mean, you were making a
I
claim about
wasn't.
like Republicans being. Well, then what was your claim? I guess.
Well, you asked me if I could name anyone, and so I.
No, but like,
I
what was your
said-
original point? Because I asked you that after.
What were we talking about before that?
Yeah, like, what was the point about bringing up political violence?
That was so long ago. When did we bring this up? What point did I make? Can you repeat what I said?
Yeah, I was asking what your initial point was, essentially. Like, what was your goal of bringing this up?
I don't even remember how it got brought up. It was so long ago, so I don't know.
Okay, all
But-
right.
I guess, yeah. I mean, I kind of wanted to. My reason for requesting to join is, yes, I do support Donald Trump, but the reason that what I wanted to say was that as a citizen of this country, I think that we need to support our leaders, whether they're right or wrong. I honestly, I don't. I wish that
That's-
he
okay, this is
wasn't a
ridiculous.
Republican candidate.
Here, no, you can't.
But-
The way that we're using the term support on the live is that you would vote for him over the other side. You can't say that you would vote for both
I
of
would.
them. Okay, so
No,
then
no,
you can
no,
only
no.
say
I wish
that you
that he
support
wasn't a
Trump.
Republican candidate.
So in that
I wish
conversation,
that he wouldn't
you
have
could
won the
say that. You
primary,
could say
but I
that, but
would have
why
voted
is he
for him again.
preferable to Kamala Harris, under your view?
Because of the policies.
Like, which policies?
I don't agree with the policies that. Like I just said, we just got into this. I mean, with the abortion, with gun control, we just.
Okay, so for example, right? If they had the same policies on abortion and gun control, who would you vote for?
Probably Kamala.
Okay. All right. If they had the same policies on gun control, but they had different policies on abortion, who would you vote for?
It depends on what the policy is on the abortion.
Kamala Harris policy.
Then I would support Donald Trump if they had the same policies on.
Okay, so it
gun
sounds
control.
like the crux of your position is not the gun control. If they agreed on their pro-life views, but they disagreed on gun control, who would you vote for?
Probably Donald Trump.
Okay, so it sounds like either of these are reasons why you would vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Okay.
I'm just saying the right belief, like the conservative beliefs for those issues and other issues as well. I would lean towards Donald Trump and his policies towards them because that's what I believe. Now, if they both aligned, if both of their beliefs were identical, based on the person that they both are, I would probably vote Kamala. But based on the policies they believe in, I voted in support Donald Trump.
Okay, so then here I'll ask you this question: why are you pro-life?
I'm a Christian.
Okay, here's an issue. Do you believe in separation of church and state?
I do.
Okay. If you believe in separation of church and state, why would a reason for why you think abortion should be illegal be that you are a Christian? Because if you believe in separation
Because that's
of
my
church
personal
and state,
conviction. That is my personal conviction.
but then it sounds like you're enforcing your religion on other people. Like, why don't you do that for example, cheating, right? Adultery. Do you think adultery should be illegal?
Because we have to have there has to be a level of morality. So I believe that I mean, where do we get the idea of murder? Like, where do we get that idea of murder is wrong?
I think that's
Right.
from our own personal convictions, which is
Just
not
like
dependent
abortion.
upon, but it's not dependent upon religion. So I'm saying
And
that, like,
so if I take religion out of it, I would
Yeah, no,
still
wait.
be
we could talk about
anti-abortion.
that, and we'd talk about that. We talk about why your personal convictions are that outside of the context of your religion. But you brought up your religion, and what you're doing is you're cherry picking certain aspects of the religion to be illegal, but not other aspects. So if you're going to cherry pick your religion in that way, why couldn't you cherry pick it in such a way in which you would say that people should have the legal right to get access to an abortion? You could say that you disagree with it vehemently if you feel like that. But people should have the legal right to get access to it because you don't want to enforce all of your Christian values on everyone else.
Absolutely. I would never enforce someone to believe Christianity if they don't want to believe Christianity. I think they should, but but I wouldn't force that on anyone.
Okay, so then why do you want to make it illegal to get access to an abortion because of your Christian views? When you don't want to force your Christianity on other people? Because that sounds like to me you are forcing your Christian views on other people.
No, so I would 100% support that even if it did not, like, even if Christianity did not play a single tiny little piece of it. What I'm saying
Why?
is that because morally that's wrong.
Why?
Abortion?
Yeah.
Because you're killing a baby.
Well, what's a baby?
As soon as the sperm and the egg meet and the baby is conceived, that is now a baby. That is now life.
So I have a question. If you're in a burning building, you can either save 2 zygotes or 1 newborn baby. Which would you rather save?
I just saw Dean do this earlier. I would save the newborn baby.
Okay, but like they're both. I mean, but would you rather save 2 babies or 1 baby?
I really
If you
like
consider
the
a
way
zygote a baby, the fertilized egg at conception. Well, then it would be clear that you would save 2 babies over 1 baby, but you clearly don't view them as a baby. Intuitively, right, in your own views, your own personal view, you do not view it as a baby in the same way that you view a newborn baby. What is the relevant difference between a fertilized egg at conception and a newborn baby that means that you value the newborn baby at least 2 times more than the fertilized egg at conception?
Can I push back on your scenario for a second?
Go ahead.
It would be impossible for there to be 2 zygotes in a building without a mother.
What are you talking about? It's 2 zygotes in a petri dish, bro.
I guess I'm confused on your scenario.
I'm sorry. Do you know what IVF is? In vitro fertilization.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's an IVF clinic, and they have a petri dish, right? 2 different petri dishes with zygotes in them, fertilized to get conceptions, right? Or 1 newborn baby and it's burning, right? Which would you rather save? Clearly in your head and your personal views, you'd save the newborn baby. That's obvious. Everyone thinks this. If you don't think this, you're crazy. Like, genuinely. If you think that you'd rather save the 2 zygotes, you're fucking insane. You should view that, right? So what's the relevant difference? Well, we don't just care about cellular life at conception. We value human subjective experience, past or present and future subjective experience. Not just future in of itself, right? That hasn't established a past or present, but once past or present is established.
Okay, so I guess let me ask you, what is your view on abortion then? Like, what is your actual? Like, do you believe that it's should be allowed always? Do you have like a cutoff time? What is?
Well, I think it's a person at the point in which it becomes sentient. Right? So 20 through 24 weeks is when it's designated as a person. And after that point, no one's willy-nilly just getting lethal abortions for the fuck of it. No one's waiting until that week just to fucking kill it for no reason. No one's doing that, okay? At that point, you can induce labor after 22 through 26 weeks, around that range. You can induce labor because it's viability, which won't lead to the death of the fetus. Right? Or like in those circumstances, if people are having abortions, those are medical abortions. Those are necessary. And yes, and people should have access to it in those circumstances. That's to be determined by the doctor, not by the government.
Okay.
So I guess, where do you disagree with my points? Because it seems like my point's the clear, obvious intuition that we all have. I think most people have this intuition.
I can see and understand your take and your view. I think that there's not a huge screaming difference between 22 weeks and when it's conceived. I mean,
There's a massive difference. Subjective. Wait, if there's not a big difference, would you rather save a 22-week fetus, right, or 2 zygotes?
is it inside the womb? Like, what are we talking about?
If we're supposing there's some sort of medical phenomenon that we have where 22-week fetuses, right? No, actually, sorry, never mind. We have that medical capacity now. There are 22-week fetuses that have survived outside of the womb. I'm giving you a circumstance where the 22-week fetus is outside of the womb, right? And it's
Outside of the
going to
womb?
survive. Would you rather save the
Right. Well,
22-week
then
fetus
it's the
that's
same.
going
Then
to
it's
survive?
the exact same scenario you just gave me before. Then.
Okay, I mean, sure, I guess, yeah, you could say that. I guess, but
Because,
it's at,
I mean,
it's
but
at
it
that
is.
level of development.
Because it's a newborn baby, so I mean, it's the exact same.
Well,
scenario
we
you gave
meant
me
at that
before.
stage of development then. So you'd still save the newborn baby, right? At 22 weeks, it can be a newborn. There have been viable births at 20 as early as a little bit after 20 weeks. But I would say in most circumstances with our current medical technology, it's not viable at that point. But I mean, as medical technology advances, right? I mean, that will be more likely to occur.
Right. So. I guess I
like,
just
what's your issue with an abortion in the first trimester? What's so wrong about
I'm
that?
struggling. I guess what I struggle to understand is why are we taking the value away from the conception?
Why are we taking the value away from that? What do you mean? Like, why do we
Like,
not see
once-
zygotes
once-
as valuable? Because that's just your intuition,
once
bro.
the
Like, I'm
baby
just
is
telling you-
conceived, why are we taking value away from it?
Well, it's not a baby at conception. It's a cell. It's literally a single cell at conception. Why do we have less value for single cells at conception than people? I'm sorry, you can't be asking me that question.
No. I don't think you're like. I'm struggling to understand why in our brains when something is conceived, right? When you conceive a fetus or whatever you're calling it at this point, that it has no moral value.
Yeah, I don't place
it's
much
20
moral
weeks or
value
whatever.
on a zygote.
Well, what I'm saying
Like,
is,
for example, if I
why is
literally-
it no big
if
deal?
I had
Why
in
does
a
it not matter at all until
Watch
20
this.
weeks?
If I had a petri dish right now and I just slapped that fucking shit for fun, right, and had a zygote within it, I killed that zygote for TikTok and YouTube content because the 6,000 people on the stream wanted me to do it, right? Should I go to prison?
I would think that was incredibly terrible of you.
Really?
To be honest, I would.
Really? Would you be sad? I killed the
Probably.
zygote. Really?
Probably.
Do you think I should go to prison?
I mean, I don't really know the whole circumstances of it, but I mean,
Yeah, Parker, you're getting
you'd
canceled for being a
you'd have
zygote
people-
killer. Parker, you're getting canceled because you killed the zygote on the TikTok and YouTube stream. You're getting canceled,
there would have to be some
Parker
sort of
canceled.
there's some sort of evil in your heart and in your your
Parker,
heart if you're doing
breaking news, everybody! Parker Get a Job was canceled for killing zygotes.
that. I'm just saying there would have to be evil in your heart if you were going to do that.
You
Just for the
think I would
sake-
be
for
evil
the
in my
sake-
heart? How would I be evil in my heart for
For the
slapping
sake
a zygote?
if
bro?
you're going to go ahead and destroy these zygotes simply for the sake of views and fame, I would say I would say there's evil in your heart.
for pure rage bait. That's what I would do it for. I would do it for pure rage bait.
That's even worse.
What? How? Dude, dude, I'm sorry. Think about it. It's a single cell organism, dude.
Does it matter? Like,
Yes, it literally does. Do you think it's murder for people to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
okay, so hold on. I'm going to push back on this a little bit because these zygotes are they yours?
Yes.
Okay, but it's not your choice then because you can't
Why not?
conceive.
Why not?
Because it's
I
not your
can't
body, your
what do you
choice,
mean
right?
I can't?
It's not your body, it's not your choice.
What do you mean
That's
I
your
can't
argument, right?
conceive?
You can't, can you?
Yes, I could.
And how's that?
A sperm and an egg.
Right, but that's the thing is these are not like I guess my point is not going across.
Yeah, what's your point here, man?
It's not yours. It's not your choice. That's the whole argument that you guys make.
It's not your choice? What do you mean?
The whole like argument that you guys have.
To cause fertilization in a petri dish? I can make that choice. What restricts me from making that choice?
Oh my goodness.
What? No, tell you, he left. What? Okay. All right. I guess he just left. All right. Let's go on to the next person, maybe. Okay. If you like this content, everyone, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. Everybody, this is my girlfriend's account. We should be back on my main account tomorrow here on TikTok. I would recommend to go subscribe on to the YouTube, everybody. And by the way, everyone, we just hit a fucking million followers on the Instagram. Can we get some W's for the Instagram in the comment section for hitting 1 fucking million? That's insane. Oh my gosh. IE, thank you for the $75 on PayPal. Thank you so much, IE. Can we get some W's for IE in the comment section right now for the $75 on PayPal? Holy shit, thank you so much. That is crazy. Thank you so much. That was from about 30 minutes ago. I'm so sorry. I didn't see that till now. Can we get some W's for IE in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Jordan with the $40 on Venmo. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Jordan in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Jonda with the $20. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Linda with the $10. Thank you very much. Angel with the $5. I really appreciate it. Wishes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much. As well as Melissa, thank you for the $5. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Speaking of YouTube Super Chat, Libby, thank you for the $20. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what he fails to understand. Azzy, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. I absolutely will. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on? What was that?
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Donald Trump.
And how old are you again?
20.
And what's your birth year?
2005.
For sure. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, well, like the last guest, I'm Christian. I'm anti-abortion, pro-peace, pro-business. But my main reason is anti-abortion.
Okay. I guess, do you believe in separation of church and state?
I'm okay with separation of church and state. I think maybe if we were going back, I had to design the system. Right now, I probably wouldn't separate the two, but I'm fine with separation of church and state too.
Do you think that Donald Trump should be in prison for committing adultery?
Yeah, if we didn't have separation of church and state, yes, he should be in prison for that.
Which is what you're advocating for. You're advocating for no separation of church and state, so Trump should be in prison, right?
Well, I think that's kind of a different argument because we'd have completely different candidates if that was my entire
that's
argument.
Your moral prescription, right? Your moral prescription is that Trump should be in prison. And I would totally agree with you. Lock the motherfucker up.
I mean, I think you could also say that for Kamala for saying that people were at the wrong rally for saying that Christ is Lord. I mean, I would think a lot of our candidates would be in jail if we didn't have separation of church and state. But that's not really my argument.
Well, I mean, okay, so wait, you said Kamala Harris would go to jail for what reason?
For saying that the protester was at the wrong rally for saying Christ is Lord.
She didn't say it because of that. They were a Trump supporter and they were heckling the crowd, and she was telling them to go to the Trump rally down the street. She's Christian herself. Did you know that?
I knew that she claimed to be in a church, but I was kind of skeptical of that. And then
Why were you skeptical
I was skeptical
of that?
before. Well, because of her pro-abortion policies, mainly.
What you mean? You mean her saying that people have the legal right to get access to an abortion because she believes in separation of church and state? Are you saying that all Christians that believe in separation of church and state and that believe and that are pro-choice, are you saying they aren't actually Christians?
No, I'm not saying that. And
Okay,
mainly
then
with Kamala.
why were you skeptical of that?
Well, she never refuted being for third trimester abortions?
She wanted Roe versus Wade, which leaves that up to the states, which is the same position as Trump after viability. So
Okay,
Trump's
okay.
position is no
That makes
different.
sense.
I'm confused what your point is.
Yeah, I guess because people were, at least the people I was following, were trying to hammer on the being for third trimester abortions.
But it's left
and
up to the states regardless of the policy of the either administration, because after viability, it's left up to the states under Roe versus Wade. So this just comes from a misunderstanding of the different abortion
Yeah.
policies of Trump and Harris.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's a misunderstanding. That's my bad. Okay, I'll need to do more research on that. I appreciate that.
Of course. So I guess here's my question then. Given that you hear this now, what makes you think that, like, you would think that she's not actually Christian, or what would make you question her being a Christian?
Well, if you are right that they have the same abortion stances, which I'm not
After
completely
viability.
convinced.
I said after viability.
Okay, after viability, and that's 24 weeks. Is that right?
Yes. Around 20.
Okay, so okay, I'd have to do more research if they are equal in stance in that. Let's see. Yeah, and then I'd have to go back and watch the clip to make sure you're right on that rally. Because if she really wasn't turning away Christians just because they said Christ is Lord, then that's something I'd have to reevaluate.
Well, she is Christian herself. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why she'd be turning away Christians when she goes to church and is Christian herself. That would make no sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, as a Christian, we believe a lot of people say they are Christians but don't actually live out those values.
Like Trump?
And yes, I knew where you're going on that. Yes, you could point that to Trump. But I don't think Trump is a Christian either, so I guess it makes me a little bit hypocritical on that point. So
then why would you vote for Donald Trump? Because of the fact that he represents Christianity more, when one, he doesn't represent Christianity more, and two, his association with Christianity would give a worse image for Christians.
well, I don't know that he necessarily represented Christianity less, maybe by the way he himself acted, but
Yes, of course.
I mean, he would bring up prayer inside those meetings with his
Really?
cabinets often.
Really,
yeah.
what was his favorite Bible verse?
I don't think he could name a Bible verse. I'm more saying he was pro bringing in prayer and the Ten Commandments into schools.
In prayer, do you ask God for forgiveness? Trump said he never asked
often.
God for forgiveness.
Yeah, he did say that. That's one of the critiques I have of Trump as well. Recently, I don't know why he would say that he can't make it into heaven.
Oh. Yeah.
You know, because as a Christian, the gospel
Thinks that
is
he's not going to get there. Maybe
Except-
that was just his random clarity moment from, like, you know, what he's done in the past.
Yeah, well, we believe, you know, that we all have horrible pasts. So I think someone just needs to preach the gospel to him. But anyways, yeah, I mean, that would be my critique of Trump.
Why doesn't he read the gospel? Why doesn't he look into it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he should. He should.
Okay. So then, like, so why would you want him to be associated with Christianity to a greater extent when, one, he doesn't really understand his faith to the first point. Two, he says things that are antithetical to the church's teachings. Three, doesn't actually pass policy that is more in support of Christian values, and actually, I would say, passes policies that are worse for Christian values. I mean, like, it's Christian values to, like, want to feed children, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's a Christian value for you to seek out helping out children and for you to help out your community with helping out those in need. The problem arises from the policies where you force others to give up their wealth on that. And even in the churches, no one forces you to give up tithes. It's all supposed to be optional. So that's where most people get their concerns.
There are literally heavy social stigmas to not.
Yeah, there are heavy social stigmas to not, but you don't get thrown in jail like you do for not upholding the law.
Sure, in terms of taxes. Now, so you think that there should be no taxation?
I mean, that's a whole separate view of mine. That's interesting that you brought it up. I guess I don't.
You don't believe in any taxation. So I have a question, right? If you could tax Jeff Bezos 1% of his net worth and get rid of homelessness in this country, would you do it?
Of course. I mean, I think that
But
that wouldn't
isn't that
actually.
a violation to your standard, though? Because you said that you would engage in a tax, and you said that you disagree with all taxes, and that's stealing, right?
Well, okay. My full stance is that if we went to the gold standard, I'd be fine with taxing, because that is one form of taxing. But where currently we sit, we have inflation from the excess printing of money, and then taxing on top of that. And I think that's just an overcomplication of it.
Wait, I'm sorry. The gold standard isn't preferable. It can create conditions for more inflation as well, depending on the context of the scenario. Also, like I don't think we get any extra utility from a gold standard. Now you can say that there's been bad policy in terms of increase of money supply, but I mean I don't think that is as bad as what people say it is.
Yeah, and you might be right to that. That's just kind of my nutshell stance right now, is that if you were on the gold standard, I'm fine with taxing people up to a
But
certain
it's
amount.
still stealing under your view, right?
I don't know that it would be stealing.
Okay, so it's
My
not. So
point is-
taxation is not stealing. So then, going back, if you're specifically talking about the children getting access to free school lunch and breakfast, right? Then that would be preferable for people to get access to this. Plus, Trump signs off on more debt-related spending. So if you want to reduce the amount people are taxed, right, then you wouldn't support Trump because he actually imposes a greater level of debt and greater taxation for income earners under $400,000 a year.
Yeah. I guess we've just seen some policies in the past, and that's why voters are afraid, because they've seen lawmakers kind of give an inch and then take a mile. You know what I'm saying? Like when it comes to gun control in other countries, they first come for the bigger guns and then the medium weapons, and then eventually they just take all of the weapons.
Well,
But I know we're not talking about weapons. I'm just giving an analogy for the taxation.
Wait, I'm sorry. So again, in terms of taxation, so are you saying you're against taxation as a whole? Because really, both sides are advocating for taxation. It's just where the tax burden is placed on. Do you want the tax burden to be placed on the middle class, or do you want the tax burden to be placed on the rich? I would prefer it to be placed on the rich and not the working class. I would prefer there to be benefits for the working class. Both sides are advocating for taxation. There's not a single side you can support in the context of modern day politics that is advocating for no taxation. So it's actually just where the taxes are being placed that's relevant in the context of the election.
Yeah, and I understand that. And in a perfect world, yes, if you could have all your billionaires stay here and have the tax burden placed on them, that would be fine. It just doesn't, and I'd be fine with that, is what I'm saying. I don't think that really works in the standards we have now, the scenarios we have now, because the billionaires can either get the tax loopholes or they just leave the country and they go to Dubai or wherever where there's a 0 or lower percent tax rate. And I think it just ends up taking away business from America.
The percent of people leaving is not very high. Secondly, like they wouldn't get access to our markets then.
Yeah, true.
Right? So then why would they leave? Why would they leave to go to a different market when our market is so huge? Then if they leave, then someone else would take their position and profit from that standpoint. So like, I don't know, what's the specific point? How are they benefiting our society? Someone else can fulfill their standpoint. They're replaceable. Who cares? If they decided to go leave because they want a tax haven, well, then they can leave our markets. And they won't make as much. Go ahead.
Yes. And I do understand that point. I think we do have some big innovators in the U.S. that if you increase the tax burden on them too heavily, like say with NVIDIA,
The
Tesla,
tax burden on them
SpaceX.
historically has been higher.
Well, yeah.
Didn't we have more countries in our country when the tax rates were higher then? Since trickle down economics has been implemented, we have seen jobs leave this country.
So you're saying when we've lowered the tax burden on the billionaires,
We've seen
That's what you're
wages stop increasing with productivity when prior they did, right? And we've also seen jobs right, not exist in the country, like in terms of manufacturing to the same degree.
Can you explain why that would happen?
Can you be in terms of manufacturing? I'm just saying that those things are correlated with each other, meaning that it is the case that when it is the case that we had a reduction in the level of taxes, we didn't see businesses stay around. We saw them leave still. So even with lower tax rates, what's going to tell you that they're going to stay to a greater extent?
Yeah, I guess the issue is just more if you hit a certain tax rate, they would leave.
Sure, but like we're nowhere near that tax rate.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at earlier, though, with the, take an inch, take a mile policies, is once you start increasing it a little bit to take their money and use it to fund other policies, then you'll keep increasing that in the future.
Okay, well, the reality is that's applicable to both parties then, because both parties are advocating for taxation. It's just where the taxes are placed. Kamala Harris's tax policy decreases taxes for income earners under $400,000 a year and increases taxes slightly for income earners on their income over $400,000 a year. Donald Trump's tax plan, as compared to Kamala Harris's tax plan, will increase taxes for income earners under $400,000 a year, and for income earners over $400,000 a year, will give them a tax break. That's the comparative policy. So if you want to talk about the imposition of taxes, well, I would rather the taxes be placed on rich individuals in this country that are thinking about buying their third yacht, rather than placing it upon working families that are trying to feed their children and trying to pay for the health care that they desperately need.
Yeah, I mean, when you say it like that, of course I would agree.
Okay,
I just think
that's the difference. That's the difference in politics. You can say you disagree with taxes, that's fine, but where are the taxes being placed? Because both sides support taxes. You can't get this inevitable utopia that you're hoping and dreaming for, right? That's not reality.
Yeah,
that's not realistic. Okay, what is the realistic vote that you can make in this election? Well, it's voting for the candidate that's imposing a greater level of taxation on billionaires and millionaires, but less taxes on working class people, rather than higher taxes for working class people for tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires.
Yeah, I definitely see your point on that, for sure. So you are saying, though, that if you just slightly increase the tax rate, you won't have any huge mass exodus of billionaires and the corporations?
No.
Okay. That's okay. Well, that makes sense.
They're going to leave their families?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't put it past a lot of them. I mean, what if it became unbearable for Elon Musk to run his companies
Really?
here?
Unbearable, huh? Really?
Well, I mean,
why are we
okay.
worried about whether or not it's unbearable for Elon Musk when it's currently unbearable
Okay. I'll
for
explain
a huge
why.
portion of the American population that can't afford their health care, that can't afford their child care, that can't afford to go to college to the same degree, right? That specifically can't afford so many different things within our economy. Why are we worried about it being bearable for billionaires to the extent of hundreds of billions of dollars, but we're not worried about whether or not it's bearable for our working people of this country?
Well,
Seriously, where are our priorities?
Well, I can address both of those. I think President Trump has definitely showed concern for the working class, but my main point on the billionaires, I'm not concerned for them having 800 million in their bank account versus 700 million. I'm concerned about the innovation they're bringing, mainly the top 10 billionaires in the US leaving, because it would be more optimal for their companies to operate in China, for instance, rather than the US.
What innovation are we getting from Elon Musk being the CEO rather than someone else?
Well, I mean, I think he has spent several weeks in his office sleeping there, working 14-hour days.
As he's posting stuff all day on Twitter? What are you talking about? He's posting stuff all day on Twitter. And he's also not taking care of his kids?
Well, he pays for people to help take care of his kids. And
So he doesn't take care of his children. He pays for people to take care of his children for him so that he can just sit and work all day? Wow, he sounds like a shitty father.
Well,
he has hundreds of billions of dollars. He could decide to specifically retire whenever he fucking wants to, right? And he decides to work to such a degree that he can't even spend time with his children at all during the day, and he has to pay for other people to do so? Like, not at all
Well-
during the day. I get working a lot. That makes sense to me, especially if you need to provide for your family. But to the degree of wealth that he has, at some point, you fucking stop to take care of your children when you have especially so many fucking children like Elon Musk. How many children does
Yeah.
Elon Musk have? Like, holy shit. If you're going to
9
have that
maybe?
many children,
8 or
shouldn't you
9?
take care of them? If you have hundreds of billions of dollars to, like, take away from, like, literally working so much? 14 hours a day rather than, like, literally taking care of his children?
Yeah,
He
well, I
doesn't
mean,
have to work 14.
the official standpoint is that he wants to increase the population because of the population collapse with the birth rate. He wants to get people to Mars. He wants to have autonomous cars on Mars that can self-charge.
He
through
says all of these
solar.
things, but do all of his projections actually match up? No, historically his
course
projections have
not,
been
of course
dog
not.
shit.
Yeah, his projections have been overly
Actually
optimistic.
horrible, been atrocious. I'm
And
sorry.
I'll give you that, for sure.
Here's what it is. He's a businessman. He's going to sell you. He's going to go to the fucking moon, and he's going to
Yeah.
steal it like he's Gru. That's what he's
I
going to
do
sell
understand
you.
that.
Okay? He's going
I
to
do-
sell you the world so that he can make money, so that he can get more attraction towards his business, and so that he can inevitably increase expectations for his companies so that they make more money based upon those said expectations.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. I do think you still have to give him credit for the innovation he's brought, though. I mean, SpaceX has put up more satellites
You have
than.
echo. Wait, never mind. You don't anymore.
Oh, is it
Hey,
gone?
okay, so I'm sorry. Innovation. Like, I'm sorry. What innovation exists that wouldn't? Wait, I'm sorry. Is he the one doing it? Is he the engineer? If there was a different CEO at the head of Tesla, do you think this wouldn't have happened? Or the head of SpaceX, do you think this wouldn't have happened?
From the very conception of these companies, yeah, I don't think it would have happened. Okay.
Okay. So then, and also, like, what are we doing with SpaceX that's so unique?
Well, it's just the eventual goal of eventually putting people on Mars, and then
What do we get out of that? People are not able to live paycheck to paycheck. They're living paycheck to paycheck right now. They aren't able to live. They aren't able to afford their health care, their housing. What the fuck is going to Mars to the average person?
okay, for the average person, nothing. Of course, it'd be
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So why the fuck does this matter? On the grand scheme of things, why are we putting more into innovating about going to Mars rather than feeding our fucking population that's starving? Rather than providing healthcare for the needy? Rather than ensuring that people have housing and childcare, right, for their children?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think that's just one aspect of what Elon has done. I think he's innovated Tesla and has definitely driven up the rise of electric cars.
What type of
Which-
innovation would we get if we invested in the needs of our entire population? Because when our entire population is doing well, they can demand goods and services that will then spark innovation. Innovation will be driven by the consumer base. Innovation is not just driven by the supply side. I would argue that the demand side is almost more important for innovation than the supply side.
Yeah, you might be right on that. I
So then why don't we invest in the consumers? Why don't we invest in the American population? Because that investment in the American population will create stable conditions for business owners to thrive as well. Business owners will thrive because there's a natural trickle up within our economy. Okay? But if you give the money to the rich and let them hoard it, they will do whatever is in the profit maximizing condition for themselves, and then the income inequality will continue to get worse. If you invest in your population and the needs of your consumer base and the needs of the middle class, that will inevitably go to people that are at the top that are innovating, because when they innovate, they will be able to sell those products to the consumer base.
Yeah. I guess I would just ask if you have a historical example of some government putting all of their resources into their lower class population and that trickling up into the economy and working better than.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I can give you examples in our history: Social Security, Medicare. Those are all both examples.
Okay.
I can
Well-
give you countries around the world that have adopted specifically greater levels of social programs, and they have, or like it specifically in Europe and all around the world, that have better conditions in terms of social mobility, right? So it's easier for people specifically to go from the lowest levels of income in society to the highest levels of income in society and throughout the income brackets.
Okay, I thought the claim was increasing innovation.
Yeah,
Through
that increases innovation.
Okay.
Having a greater ability to have social mobility, having better quality of life for the average person, because that creates conditions for businesses to buy. Think about it this way. The early 1900s, right? If none of the workers at Ford could buy the car, right? Was the business owner going to make any money? Was Ford going to make any money? No. He had to create an economy where his workers were paid enough insofar as that they could buy the very cars that they're making.
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
Do you see how the consumer base doing well created conditions for innovation?
Yeah. I guess there just could be a fallacy here that the only way of increasing the lower class consumer base is by stimulating them.
Well, I think that's one of the best ways to do so. Could you provide a better way?
I guess increasing purchasing power for each individual.
And how do you do that?
You would pump money into the economy through pro-business policies.
What business policies would increase purchasing power?
Well, any policy that allowed you to have free trade, I guess, or a leg up in trade.
So tariffs?
Or, well, I mean, we can
Free trade?
tariffs. I guess I kind of misspoke when I said free trade. More of top trade,
What do you mean?
having leverage over other countries in trade.
I don't think that placing tariffs on our allies gives us leverage in trade.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you think the tariff policies have given us any leverage over any countries?
Well, like if I think what you mean by leverage would be better conditions for trade. Do you mean that?
I guess I don't entirely mean that. I more
What do you
mean
mean by leverage?
more probable to get, I don't know, an uneven success of trade.
So better conditions for trade. I think tariffs have created worse conditions for trade. So based upon the way that you're using the term leverage, it seems like Donald Trump has given us less leverage.
Well, it just seemed like he got all these deals with countries like India and then China, even with mineral rights, right when the tariff.
What did we get extra? What specific mineral rights did we get extra that you think are so fantastic and amazing?
Well, I guess it's not any specific mineral right that we got. It's just the fact that we started to accumulate deals because we.
Just accumulating deals does not mean that the deals are better off. So you'd have to give specific examples in how the deals are better off than what we would have had otherwise, given that there was not an imposition of a tariff. And if you cannot make said determination, what is the argument specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I see your point on that. The point to the tariffs here was that the other countries were ripping us off, basically. That's the official point. They were charging.
Yeah, how does imposing tariffs lead to us being ripped off to a lesser extent?
Well, because we were getting tariffed 80 to 200% on some commodities.
Name
and
one
we
country that did that.
China was charging
On
us
what
that. I can't remember off the top of my head, to be honest.
So
But-
China was tariffing some mysterious good to the degree of 80 to 20% or 80 to 200%. So why didn't we just tariff that specific good at that same rate? If you want leverage for specifically that good, to reduce tariffs on that good. Why would you impose a tariff across the board that is higher than what we've seen historically, and then through the context of negotiations, not reduce the tariff to a lower extent than what it was prior? Because it sounds like the imposition of the tariff was to reduce their tariffs, but it doesn't sound like that's what your reasoning is too. So why are we jumping back and forth between what the goal is for the tariff?
No, that was my reasoning. What you said was to lower the other side's tariff.
Okay, so then through the context of the USMCA, we reduced tariffs between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. And why did Donald Trump impose greater tariffs on them again and violate the USMCA then?
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. So his goal is not to reduce tariffs on countries. Because he already did that through the USMCA, and then he violated his own agreement with Canada and Mexico and raised them again after they had already agreed to reduce them.
So there was no stated reason for violating the USMCA?
His stated reason was because he wanted to address the F-drug crisis, which was not something that you would need to tariff them to do. They were already working with the Biden administration to do so.
Okay. Am I allowed to say that word, by the way?
No, you can't say the specific name. That's why I said it the way I did.
I won't say it. But yeah, so you think there would have been a deal with that F drug had there not been any tariffs?
There were already agreements between the U.S. and Canada to address that, right, from the Biden administration already, right? And it was already declining. So the idea that we needed to impose tariffs to do so is actually insane.
Okay. So you don't think there would be any effects from the tariffs in what is it? Government relations wise, anyways?
What do you mean? I'm confused.
Well, you wouldn't get your leverage from the economy. You would just be getting your leverage from, politics.
I'm not following. I guess my point is that, like, what's the point of getting quote unquote leverage by placing tariffs on them?
Well, they would just want to remove the tariffs. So in order to get you to remove your tariffs on them, they would cooperate more with your drug policies.
But that hasn't happened. Actually, Canada's boycotting American products. Right? Like,
Yeah.
Canadians across the board are boycotting American products. They're less likely to want to engage in trade with us. When you threaten your allies, when you threaten your friends, it's almost like they don't want to be your friend as much. Right? Like, do you threaten your friends, your closest friends?
No, but they're also
Do you think it
not,
would be effective to threaten your closest friends?
trying to sell F
For trying to
drugs.
communicate, like, would your closest friends be more likely to engage with you, right, if it is the case that you threaten them?
No, but
Okay, so exactly my point, right?
but they aren't breaking any huge rules like that. There was a problem with the F drug.
Wait, but this is the way you don't threaten your best friend to help you.
Well, so how would you go about it then? Just ask them
You
politely.
ask them for help. You literally negotiate with them and talk to them. Like, do you do that with your closest friends? You talk to them. You communicate. Yo,
But
there's this
then-
problem. We both don't want this to happen. How can we work together to deal with this? Diplomacy. What happened to diplomacy?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess you're right on that. I wouldn't agree with how Trump handled that then.
Yeah. So I guess then, like, what's your? It sounds like the tariffs aren't like a reason why you support Trump then.
Well, I think they gave us economic leverage in lowering other tariffs from other countries that have been long.
Name one country where now we have lower tariffs than what we had when Trump first got in office.
Well, even you stated that the USMBC, or
USMCA was under his first administration.
okay, so we didn't have any lowered tariffs from those countries then?
That deal was to lower the tariffs at that time, and then Trump violated that deal this time in office. So could you name a single country that we have lower tariffs on now than what we did before Trump getting into office?
Well, I thought
the official White House account posted a whole list of countries like China.
The economic needs of the country.
Yeah. Well, I think you'll get from a lot of Trump supporters that there are a lot of critiques that we would have to him specifically.
Yeah, it sounds like you don't critique him enough. You still support him. Like, I feel like you should at this point be able to realize that
Probably thinking of separate topics.
because I never saw any evidence that they had guns. I never saw any evidence they were shooting at a boat.
Okay. Well, then I'll have to research that again once I'm out of the call. But yeah. There was one thing I'd like to push back on if you want to switch topics. If you are.
Hold on real quick. Santana wanted to address something real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. All right. Apologize. I've been sitting here listening, and this has been interesting. And you said something, and I had to hurry up and hop on. I wasn't even prepared for this, but you said that Donald Trump has done a great job with keeping us out of wars, right?
Yeah, I said largely keeping us out of wars, but yeah, go ahead.
Largely. Cool. Do you know how much of our Navy military is currently in proximity of Venezuela?
No, I do not.
10% of our entire Navy fleet is in proximity of Venezuela. Donald Trump has issued 10,000 troops to Venezuela. Hey, so Venezuela actually tried to make a deal with the United States. They offered to give the United States a majority stake in their gold, their oil, and their rare earth minerals. And they also offered to cut ties with Russia and China. And the Trump administration said no. And then after saying no, they then moved Black Hawk helicopters, different destroyer ships, and the 10% of the Navy into that area, followed by a naval ship that's called the Ghost. Do you know what that is?
No, I don't know of the specific naval ship.
Sure. So the Ghost is apparently like this super advanced naval ship that is specifically made for stealth operations. So it's in the area. It's really hard to detect. And also Donald Trump has already admitted that the CIA, they're currently running covert operations in Venezuela. I say all that to say Donald Trump is preparing us for a war with Venezuela. The no war, the president of peace, the person that you said is doing a great job with keeping us out of war, he's literally lining us up for a war with Venezuela.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. I think you could also say that to, bombing Iran.
I think there are official reasons that he has for doing these things, and I doubt we get into a multi-year war with countries like Venezuela, like Russia did with Ukraine.
He wants to topple the regime. He talked about it in his first administration. They didn't do it. He's been talking about it in this administration. The actual person that just won the Nobel Peace Prize, one of the reasons why she actually, quote unquote, dedicated her win to Donald Trump is because she's a direct opposition of the Venezuelan president, and she wants to actually, be put in power. So literally, they're looking for a regime change.
Okay, yeah. And that's about all I know on the topic as well.
Okay.
But
Well, I'll let you pivot now, and I'll go back to working on my video. Parker, I appreciate you.
Good seeing you. Good seeing you.
Appreciate it.
What were you trying to pivot to? And also, you have a
Okay,
little
yeah.
bit of an echo. Is there where you could fix that? A little bit of feedback.
Okay. I could probably grab a mic. That might fix the echo.
Sure, that might work.
Okay. 1 second.
You could still go on with your point as long as you'd while you find that.
Okay. So yeah, I was going to switch topics to the abortion analogy.
Wait, but before you do, can I thank some people real quick? Actually,
Yeah, go ahead.
I should catch up. I should catch up. Lois, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Lois. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Lois in the comment section right now. Thank you. Angel, thank you for the $5. Justin with the $70 on Cash App. Can we have some W's for Justin in the comment section right now for the $70 on Cash App? Seriously, that is absolutely nuts. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $70, Justin. Thank you very much. Amanda with the $25. Thank you so much, Amanda. I really appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Can we have some W's for Amanda in the comment section right now, as well as Jay with the $125 on PayPal. Holy shit. Jay, thank you so much. That is unbelievable. Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's absolutely amazing. Can we get some W's for Jay in the comment section right now? It's always good to see you, Jay.
WJ.
Thank you very much. As well as Zoe, thank you for the $5. Sarah with the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I haven't seen them very much, but I think generally they're good. Rick, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Rick. Thank you. Elise, thank you for the $25 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Kayla, thank you so much for the $2. Marissa, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. As well as Claudia with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Claudia. Can we have some W's for Claudia as well in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. So kind of you. Thank you very much. W's for all the gifters in the comment section right now. Very, very kind of y'all. Jazz, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Josh with the $5. Jenny with the $2. And Rachel, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you. Alrighty, did you, what was the point you wanted to move to?
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me with this mic?
Yes. Yeah.
Is it any better?
I think so.
Okay. The point was the analogy for abortion that you had with the last guest, who was also a Christian. It was saving the 2 zygotes versus the 1 human baby.
Okay.
Which everyone, of course, would say save the human baby.
Mm-hmm.
I would pivot that point to asking you, then, if you had to save a 5-year-old baby versus an 80-year-old, and you had to save one or else both die, who would you save?
Are you running the argument Ben Shapiro just argued? I heard him say the exact same
yes,
thing.
I am.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
This doesn't
I'd
actually
like to hear
address the
you
point
repeat
that
it.
I would like to say, because I'm bringing up 2 zygotes or 1 newborn baby. But in that circumstance, right, you might save the 5-year-old, but you could also say that you're indifferent to it. Either way you answer the question, that doesn't actually really address the original point that I made. Skippy, how old are you? Skippy, how old are you? Hello? Are you there?
Y'all need to stop giving this kid money.
How old are you? Do you support Donald Trump?
Stop giving this little kid money.
Do
He
you
ain't
support
doing
Donald
nothing
Trump?
but dividing the country.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Skippy.
Hello? They were saying this in the comment section, so I added them up. I just wanted to ask you,
I
like,
started off by saying I'm not a Trump supporter.
oh, okay, all right. You just
Because all you do is divide and conquer.
how so?
Because all you're doing is divide and conquer.
How am I dividing the country? I'm having conversations with people. Are you dividing the country by having a conversation with me right now?
No, you are
How am I
trying to
dividing
divide the country, just
How?
like the rest of the
But if I'm doing the same thing you're doing right now, how am I dividing the country but you're not?
I am not a Trump supporter. I am 100% an American.
But again, if I'm doing the same thing as you right now, how am I dividing the country but you're not?
Because your whole spiel is to divide and conquer and make a little bit of money at the same time.
Count to 50.
$50.
Count from 1 to 50.
$1 to $50.
Wait, is this AI? Can you say Parker is the best
It
in the
is.
world?
No, for real, bro. You ain't doing shit but talking shit.
There's no way this is AI. This is the most real AI I've ever heard. Are you clicking that just to troll?
Little brother, you ain't doing nothing but making money off of talking shit to people that don't know shit.
So are you saying that you don't know shit?
You don't know shit. You
But
just
then-
talking from your own heart.
You said I'm talking to people that don't know shit. If I'm talking to you right now, are you saying that you don't know shit?
You need to educate yourself.
How do I educate myself?
100%. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, how do I learn?
Go to college. You ain't even old enough to be in school.
I've already got a degree.
Anybody can get a degree, but the colleges these days have you leaning your way to the way they want them to.
You mean educating you on the facts?
You can talk all the facts you want to, but the facts that you talking are somebody else's.
Whose faxes are they?
Like I said, you're learning from the internet and not from real life.
Don't we use the internet in real life?
The internet teaches you the wrong way, AI.
What teaches us the right way?
Get a job and live real life.
I have a job and I do live real life. So haven't I learned the right way then?
Go in the military and see if you can last.
Why join the military? Is that the only real job under your view? Because if I was Trump, I would have dodged it if there was a draft on multiple occasions.
There hasn't been a draft since 1960 something.
Yeah, and Trump dodged in that one.
And if there was one now, you wouldn't even be in it. You'd be in Canada.
Why?
Because you're scared.
Okay, well, I definitely wouldn't move to Canada.
Okay, you go to Switzerland or Australia.
No, I would advocate against that regime in the United States.
But you would still have to dodge the draft.
I wouldn't dodge the draft. That makes no sense. But now I'm not Donald Trump. I'm not gonna fake bones
You
first
make
to
no
be able to do
sense.
that. I just did. Do you think I have a real job?
Like I said, I don't care about Donald Trump.
Can I step in here real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna kick them. Morgan,
Okay.
I genuinely was that? I'm so confused. I'm genuinely confused. Sarah, thank you for the $5 again. Thank you. Madeline, thank you for the $5. Morgan with the 5. Simon, thank you for the 5 as well. Thank you. As well as Stephanie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Was that actually AI?
I don't think so. Lenny, thank you for the £10. I think it was someone trying to troll and act like it was AI, but I don't think it was AI.
Okay. It sounded very real.
Yeah, it was definitely a real person.
Okay. I would like to hear your response to the Ben Shapiro argument. for
I don't.
abortion.
It doesn't address mine. It doesn't address mine at all. I'm saying his response to that isn't actually addressing it. Like asking me
Yeah.
whether or not I would save like a 80-year-old or a 5-year-old doesn't really address my point. Personally, you're amazing because my point is really just that you do not value zygotes the same as you value sentient newborns. Like there's a distinction, and then I ask people, what is the distinction?
Yeah, fair enough.
I guess the distinction in that specific example would be that the newborn has a much higher potential or chance of living. You know, if you have to carry it out, it would be able to actually live if
we
fed
assumed
it.
if we assumed that the zygotes had zygotes or the newborn baby, it would still be the newborn baby. So I don't think that's the case.
Okay. I mean, yeah, of course, intuition would tell me the baby. But is that your reasoning too? Intuition?
Well, I think our intuitions are the basis for our moral conclusions. The basis of it.
Okay. So just natural reasoning?
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe in religion, so. And even from a religious perspective, I feel like you find your morals from your intuition.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, like the intuition. That's the emotion that you get when you hear a different circumstance to how you think people should act.
Yeah. So, and I'm sorry if you just said this and it took me to a different app. Would you say that's applicable for all moral issues? That intuition is our base reasoning?
Well, I'm just saying that that's the basis of it, right? It's non-inferential, but it's the basis of your position. Yes.
Okay,
That's
for every moral
it's
position?
what's going to convince you of a certain perspective, is that you have an intuition in accordance with that perspective, because your intuition is just really whether or not you accept the view, whether or not that the essentially your emotional response is that way from a moral perspective, is that people should act a certain way. Like for example, if someone were to murder another person, I have a moral and emotional response to that, saying that I think that's wrong, right?
Sure. So would you change your perspective if half of the population all of a sudden had a different
It's not based on other
intuition
people's-
than you?
It's not based on other people's intuitions. It's based on mine.
Okay, interesting.
Like my position is
I
based
mean-
on my own intuitions, right?
So you think you should legislate according to that so that everyone would have the choice that way?
Sure, yeah, that's my position, yes. Is that like I have certain perspectives on how the law should operate. Is it always the same as my moral views? No, right? Like I think adultery is wrong, but should it be illegal? No. That's a great example.
Okay,
Not
interesting,
everything that's
interesting.
wrong should be illegal, but there are things that meet a certain threshold of how wrong they are that then should be illegal.
Gotcha. Interesting. That's an interesting point. Okay. Okay.
But do you
That
see
makes
how it's
sense.
all judged on intuition from a base level? Like everyone uses that. Everyone, it's a base level of intuition.
Yeah,
That's how I feel
I
about
see
these
what you're
things.
saying.
So
I think-
I'm not saying what I think it should be. I'm just saying the describing what it is, right? That's a descriptive claim. That like we get our conclusions, our moral conclusions from a base level from our intuitions, and we'll think about that. We'll reflect on that, see if it actually upholds with our intuitions. But inevitably, that's the base.
Okay. So our intuitions are just naturally right for most topics?
Well, that's going to be reflective
Respond-
of our own position. I'm confused what would be confusing with this.
Yeah, well, okay. I see what you're saying. Do you think? I'm sorry.
I'm kind of having a neighbor that's loud right now. Struggling to think. Do you think our country has been built on intuition or has it been built on religion? in those examples, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, we live in a secular society, so it's intuition.
It's intuition now, but it hasn't been. Do you think it's been built on religious morals?
Religious morals have influenced it, sure, but we typically try to say that like it shouldn't.
Okay, so you think we still would have reached this point had it not been for religion, basically?
I think we'd be better off.
Really
Yeah.
interesting. Can you explain why?
Because I think that there's a very, very bad history relating to religion and how religion's been used to harm people. That doesn't mean religion's always going to do that. But historically speaking, there's definitely a really good argument for us being better off if there wasn't as much religious aspect of it. Like if we were more secular.
So you think more secular societies have performed better in the past in relation to Christian or even other?
I think secular societies are better for disagreements. Because inevitably, like historically speaking, it got to a point where like certain Christian denominations were fighting other Christian denominations with violence because of their certain religious prescriptions and their interpretations of scripture.
Yeah. I mean, the modern Christian perspective would be that violence would not be warranted there, and that they were just
Because we
humans
live in
acting
secular
on.
society. Otherwise, you
Okay.
would be saying that violence is justified based upon the version of your religion.
Well, I guess that's where I disagree. I don't think Christianity would say to inflict violence upon its own members or even other members for disagreements, even if we were in a theocracy.
Okay, so people shouldn't be put in prison for getting an abortion.
Is that analogous?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I was saying that violence shouldn't be inflicted.
Yeah.
And
Putting
I would
people in
think,
prison for getting an abortion.
well, I think the base of abortion is causing violence to an innocent individual.
Okay, I'm brushing your teeth is causing violence towards the innocent individual microorganisms in your mouth. Why is it valuable?
Well, I mean, I'm just going to give you the Christian answer that those microorganisms aren't made in the image of God, but what's in your body.
There you go. That's Christian.
Yes.
So, like, you're just making a prescription of Christianity. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Probably not.
Okay, so if that's not murder and they're cellularly speaking alive, then there's some other determination about life that is what grants specifically the idea of personhood rather than specifically cellular life. If they're medically dead at the point in which they are not sentient anymore and they never will be sentient again, but yet they're still cellularly alive, well then medical life can't begin at conception. It must begin at the beginning of sentience. So if you care in terms of a rights-based perspective and you base that on medical life, why don't you do it for the beginning of life?
Well, because before sentience, they still have the potential to live out a full life, whereas the person on their deathbed who you have to pull the plug on
But
would
they've
no
never
longer have
existed in the first
potential.
place.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
They've never existed in the first place. They've never had a past or present subjective experience. And if you got an abortion, they never would.
Yeah, but they did have the potential to.
We
had
don't
you
value
not.
just potential in of itself. We value a potential insofar as that there's a past or a present established. You don't just value potential by itself, right?
Can you not? Can you not value potential?
Alone? I don't think that you do. Like, for example, do you think you should be mandated by the law to not pull out if you don't want if you like wanted to? Because there's active
Okay, fair
potential
point.
there.
I see what you're saying. No, you should not be mandated for that reasoning.
So, like, what's your? Do you get my point there? We don't value just potential in of itself. There could have been a kid.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. I mean, I see your point there. That's a good point. You've definitely made some good points on this. I'll give you that
For sure.
for sure. So yeah.
Is there anything
Okay.
else you'd like to that still holds you to support Donald Trump?
Okay.
I guess one more thing would be that he's viewed by other countries as a much stronger leader than Kamala.
Just not true. Actually, I can show you peer review. Pew Research did like a review on different countries on their confidence rating in the different candidates, Harris versus Trump, on who would be better regarding doing what's best for international affairs, and the level of confidence was extremely bad for Trump. Actually, around 30% for Trump, whereas it was around 55% for Kamala Harris.
Okay, but
It
was
over
that
60% no confidence for Trump? Whereas
okay?
30%.
And I can see where that 60% comes from. I would question where that confidence was coming from by other leaders. Like, were they
Harris?
saying? Well, were they saying they were more confident in Kamala Harris because she would be able to talk through things more clearly? Is that their
they're
reason?
more confident that Kamala Harris would do what's best regarding international affairs.
Okay, so did they state why?
Well, it's not necessarily stated why because it's a survey specifically on what percent would specifically have confidence for Trump doing the right thing regarding world affairs, and the median amongst 24 different countries was 34% confidence, 62%
Okay.
no confidence.
So this is world leaders from other countries
No, this is just
judging,
people in different countries.
just people in different countries,
Yes.
judging if they think Kamala versus Trump will do the better thing for the world.
Yeah, for international affairs.
Okay. Is that what we should vote on? International affairs versus U.S. priorities?
Again, you said that's what you brought up. You brought up that countries around the world respect Trump more, which is just not true. I was disproving that.
Well, okay. Maybe I did say countries. I didn't mean the citizens within the countries. I don't think that's true. I think the world leaders largely respect Trump more.
Which world leaders?
Well, I think he's been able to talk to Putin and Zelensky more than Kamala and Biden did, for sure.
Okay, what tells you that Putin and Zelensky respect Trump more?
The fact that they've had more conversations and have been willing to at least start the negotiations of peace deals, even if they haven't come through.
Actually, Trump is claiming that both of them can't do that.
Well, because both of their demands are unreasonable, but that's not
Isn't
because
that exactly
they
the same reason as to why they couldn't come to a determination under the Biden administration?
Well, I feel like, and that is a good point. I feel like they didn't have as many negotiations with Biden. They didn't come to the White House and talk to them
Because
front of
they
national
had already done negotiations in the past and they didn't work. Russia had already signed 2 agreements and they did not uphold those agreements. So
Russia
if
didn't?
if Russia's already done that and lied, why don't we acknowledge that and realize that they're going to continue to do that?
So you don't think there's any more likelihood that they will uphold those agreements under Trump
No.
in the future?
No, Putin's a liar.
Okay.
Putin's a manipulator. Putin is trying to get as much power as he possibly can, and bending the knee to Putin will harm this world to a greater extent.
So, do you think, then adding on to that, do you think we should step away from peace deals with them and just assume that it'll never
I
happen?
think we should defend Ukraine from Russia invading them.
Okay, why is that?
Because we signed an agreement called the Budapest Memorandum that we would defend them if they get invaded by Russia, which Russia also signed.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's a good point. All right. Well, I guess you've gone over all my points, so I will definitely need to do more research. I appreciate you for being well read and well researched, well articulated in your arguments.
Of course. Appreciate you coming up.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, and God bless to everyone. Have a good night.
You as well, you as well. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Christian, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for saying congrats on the 1 million on Instagram. I really appreciate it. That's actually, it's still fucking crazy. Still absolutely crazy. Laura, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Laura. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? It sounds like their microphone is really messed up. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
For Trump.
Why so?
Because he supports basic human rights.
Such as?
As the right to be born.
Okay. And what tells you that?
What do you mean? What tells me that?
I mean, does he support, like, what tells you that he supports the right to be born? Because I can give you circumstances that lead to less children being born, like the greater risk of miscarriage because people who were pregnant didn't utilize Tylenol to treat fever, which untreated fever has a higher risk of miscarriage.
I mean, yeah, but those are very small amount of cases. I mean,
not true.
what I mean is the funding of Planned Parenthood.
What funding of Planned Parenthood? Like the funding of Planned Parenthood cannot be used for abortions. There's a law called the Hyde Amendment that restricts federal money from being used for abortions.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean that he is not he doesn't. My first language is Spanish. That's why I'm thinking
okay,
he
worry.
doesn't support abortion. Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
That's why.
Okay, so in terms of abortion access, do you think it should be legal? Like, so people have the right to get access to it, right to choose for themselves?
Yeah. First, of course, I don't judge people that do it, but I don't think it's fair for a small baby. I have a question. Have you ever wondered why animals cannot commit an abortion? I mean, if we look at it as
Humans
like
are
parallel
animals.
to animals. Okay, but then why can't an animal one day decide, oh, this baby is going to, I don't want it. Why cannot they abort?
Humans are animals and they can abort if they want.
Well, I'm saying like dogs or dolphins. Why
don't dogs get abortions? Why don't dogs?
Yeah.
Why don't dogs eat cereal in the morning? Why don't dogs go to work?
But why?
Why don't dogs sit down at the office and do some Excel spreadsheets?
Exactly. That's my point. That's my point.
Maybe because
why don't
they
people say, oh,
can't?
this is not a dog, this is just like a clump of cells and they should not like live?
I mean, I think we definitely value dogs more than we value zygotes and embryos, right? Like we allow for
But why
IVF
don't
to
you
occur
question-
and for people to literally abandon like zygotes and embryos to the degree of multiple of them per patient, because we don't really give a fuck about them, even though they're cellular human life. So we care way more about dogs.
But they're alive. Like, why don't people like? I wonder if someone like if a person goes to a dog and be like, I'm gonna open them and I'm gonna take out the dog. They probably would feel, you know, the pain of it, but they don't question. For a lot of people, this is sounding dumb, but that's the thing with humans. Why do people justify by saying no, they're not a human? But they would not think that if an animal would do that. You know, you would think of, oh, the little puppy or the little dolphin or the little blah blah blah. It's the same. Like, it's just a matter of time that this human being will be born.
Okay. We don't care about zygotes and embryos. Do you think IVF should be banned?
What should be banned?
Yeah. Do you think IVF, in vitro fertilization, it's a process where the use of petri dishes, they cause a zygote, a fertilized egg at conception, or an embryo into existence, so that they can then implant it into a person into a person's uterus?
What do you think?
No, like under your view, should it be illegal because they will discard multiple zygotes and embryos, like for each patient, because they have to create multiple of them?
I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I don't think it's wrong. Do you think it's wrong?
You mean like in vitro? Like when someone puts the babies on the woman without
Yeah, like in a petri dish,
like a
right? It's like typically a process people will use when they're having fertility issues.
oh. No, I don't think that. No, I think that helps for a woman to conceive.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It helps people specifically get pregnant, but under your view, wouldn't that be murdering the zygotes, the fertilized egg conceptions, and the embryos, given that we're discarding them?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, when we discard the embryos and the zygotes, under your view, it sounds like we're murdering them because they were cellularly speaking alive. I don't care about just cellular life. I care about when it becomes sentient around 20 through 24 weeks within the womb, where it begins to have a subjective experience.
Okay, I mean, the thing is that a lot of these topics have a lot of people use big words, but imagine this topic when it was the Ice Age and people would just give birth without all these scientific words. I mean, it's natural for people to get pregnant and you know that there's a human. I have I don't know if it's a philosophical thought, that what if all the people that are pro-abortion would have been aborted? Like, we would not have this topic on society. It's an irony to think about that.
Well,
Like-
the reality is that abortion access was allowed when I was born, and yet I'm still pro-choice.
But then my thought is, if the little babies were able to speak, to say, hey, could you let me be born? Like yes, I'm very small, but that's why people that are adults and are outside and working in society are fighting for the rights of the not yet
The reality is
newborn.
that zygotes do not have the capacity to speak. One, they don't have brains. Two, they don't have mouths. Three, they
That's
don't have
why.
vocal
That's
cords.
why people that are adults that we were born, we're fighting for the rights of the the people that are not born yet.
And I'm fighting for the rights of the people who are pregnant, who have been born, who are sentient, who have subjective experiences, and I care a hell of a lot more about them than I care about like a non-sentient embryo or zygote or fetus, because they're not sentient yet and they have significantly less value.
I've thought, personally, I've thought about this for, I mean, a lot of years, and for me, I've come to the conclusion that I would rather people catalog it as what it is, which is murder, instead of not wanting to accept by putting all these other words to be like, no, it doesn't feel, it's not a human, like I'm not murdering my own son or daughter. It's just, it feels. It's a human.
I don't think it's murder because it's not going to be a person prior to the point of it having a subjective experience. So that's my
What do you mean?
perspective.
If you
It is
let
a human.
be,
It is a human
born,
life at
it's a
conception.
human.
No one's disputing it's a human life at conception. We just don't value human cellular life. We don't think it's murder to pull the plug on individuals in our family that are brain dead, even though they still are cellularly alive. We think that medical death happens at the point of brain death, and if medical death happens at the point of brain death, well then medical life begins at brain life, which is the beginning of sentience, around through 20 through 24 weeks in the context of the womb, meaning that there is no brain life prior to that point, meaning that abortion would not be wrong.
Many people say, it's my body, like we're defending the woman's body, but if it were their body, then they would be the ones getting they would be the ones feeling the pain. So they are.
They
They are. No. The body that's getting
abortion is painful to the person who's
I'm
pregnant.
thinking about the end of their body, that they're taking a literally human body out of their body just because they don't want to have it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, what's your point with this?
That
Like, I don't think the zygote is feeling it. I don't think the embryo is feeling it because it doesn't have the
they feel.
capacity
The
to have
embryo feels.
it doesn't have the capacity to have an experience of pain.
Okay, but here's the thing. What authority do you have to label all of the things that you're saying? Like, you're gonna base your thoughts on something, but what authority do you have, specifically you, to say that they don't feel or that they are not humans because you want it to be that way?
Well, I think science indicates that, like, neuroscience indicates that it doesn't develop like sentience till around 20 through 24 weeks. So through the authority of science and evidence-based reasoning, I can indicate that it develops these particular characteristics at a certain point.
But what if other people, and other scientists as well, define that it's at the conception? When
There's
you're
no evidence in neuroscience indicating it's at conception.
But they do feel, like embryos do feel.
No, they don't.
Based on what? What are you basing your...
Neuroscience. Like, in order for you to feel something, you'd have to have an experience, right?
But they are living. If they would not have life, they would not be able to grow.
Okay.
They have life.
Do brain dead individuals feel anything?
No. But here's the thing, Parker. That
But they're
every
still
time-
living.
Every time someone, like, it's like bringing you into a corner and be like, this is actually making sense. You bring something that doesn't relate to that.
Well, I brought up brain dead individuals who are living. You said if they're living, they feel it.
But they
Give
are
you an
already born.
example.
That's the thing. They're already born. We're just fighting for the rights. People say,
I'm confused. So you only care about them when they're not born.
no, I'm saying that people have the right to be born and then decide what they do.
They can't make a decision when they're brain dead. So I guess I'm asking you:
baby's
is it
not brain
murder
dead.
for the family
Like,
to pull
for-
the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead? Is that murder?
I think where society, I hope it doesn't get there,
Well, this happens in
Well,
society, so given that it happens, do you think it's murder?
Yeah, it's murder to abort. Abortion is murder.
Let me clarify my question. Is it murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay. So all the people in the chat, type 3 in the comment section if you have pulled the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead. You're saying they're murderers and should go to prison for committing murder? All of those people in the comment section typing 3, you're saying that they should go to prison? For murder? You think that they're murderers?
You're asking me?
Yeah, like all those people that are typing 3 in the comment section, given that they have pulled the plug on individuals in their family that are brain dead, do you think that they should go to prison because you think that they're murderers?
I mean, yeah, I'm Christian, and at the end, we all base our thoughts on books. And yeah, according to it's because I'm not here to like have the last word, or in a prideful way, but there's actually a verse that says that my embryo saw your face, and there's a theory that when our eyes are closed, that at that moment it's when the line of our eyes, it was like opened on that process. And I think you need to have a lot of pride not to believe that there's a creator. You see the design of a car, and you see the design of anything, in anything man-made, and you don't think,
I don't think that things existing indicates design, because then it would indicate that God is designed because he exists.
I mean, look at the numbers. Everything has numbers. Everything has geometry. Everything has
That doesn't mean God exists.
I mean, if we are created into his image, then it's like someone had to design this.
That's an assumption. That's an assumption that we're created in the image of God. That's your own perspective. I don't have that perspective. How do you know that to be true?
Okay, you're talking about truth. There are truths, right? We cannot say the sky is green. That's a lie.
Of course. We have evidence indicating the sky is blue. So what evidence do you have indicating that your particular depiction of God exists? Because couldn't any other depiction of God also create said conditions? How do you know it's your particular depiction of a God?
Okay, so here's the thing. I've asked these questions myself. I see that in the comments, a lot of people are saying that, oh, she cannot speak because she's not American. I'm both. I'm Mexican American. Yeah, my first language.
I think that's crazy. Anyone doing that in the comment section, I condemn that. I think that's horrible.
Yeah.
That's horrible. No one should be questioning whether you're American because of that. Obviously you've clarified. So
yeah. Okay, well, I've thought about how we all based our thoughts on books. And with the Bible, it was written by 40-something people in a period of 1,500 years. And many of the things that happened, I'm going to end up with Jesus. And there were a lot of things written that that he was going to live, that they were prophesied, which means they wrote it before it happened, 500, 600, 1,000 years before.
Which particular prophecy became true?
That he was born by a virgin. That
I don't believe that. I don't think there's any good evidence to indicate that.
Well, there was also evidence when he rose again. When he rose from the grave, there was no body found, his body. And
not being a body in the tomb does not mean that person rose from the dead.
The 500 witnesses after he was born.
Those are claimed people that witnessed it. We have no individual accounts of that occurring. Now, if I claim to you that 500 people saw a floating pig, would you believe that the floating pig existed?
Here's the thing. One time I heard a pastor say,
could you answer that question real quick? If I were to tell you that 500 people saw a floating pig, would you believe that floating pig existed?
here's the thing with the witnesses, with the disciples that they gave their life, that they were willing to be martyred by their faith. They were not winning anything on this earth. Like,
There are
Why-
plenty
why
of
would
people that are
you come
willing
up
to
with-
die for other religions that you think are false. So being willing to die for something doesn't necessarily mean that they are correct. It just means that they are convicted in something being true, which someone being convicted in something being true doesn't mean that there's evidence for it. Like, people are convicted
Then how-
that
okay.
Jesus rose from the dead, but there's not evidence for that.
the all of the eyewitnesses and the history, and many people have seen Jesus and have had experiences without no one teaching them.
And
Where I'm-
I've seen Ben 10 in my dreams as well.
You've seen what?
I've seen Ben Tennyson in my dreams.
No, but I'm saying that you had a point of reference. I'm saying that many people that never had a Bible or someone preached to them, they were like, "Oh, this man appeared to me," like, and they literally described Jesus. Where I'm going is that we all based our thoughts.
Where is this true? Like, I mean, them having
Oh.
a similar depiction, and also, like, there's different understandings of what Jesus looked like, right? There's not one particular depiction.
Have you heard of the movie The Case of Christ, which is
Yes.
okay? I mean, that's an example, and at the end, we're gonna hit the wall with
The case for Christ
Wha-
does not prove evidence of Jesus Christ
how-
being the
how-
Lord.
there's a verse that says that the gospel is locura. Let me think the word. Like a craziness for the ones that don't believe, and it's salvation for the one who does. So it's like the same thing, but it has two different effects on how you take it. It's like Narnia. Remember Lucy? She was like, "Hey, it exists," and everyone's like, "No, it doesn't exist." Like, no, and she's like, "Yes, it does," and then she's like bringing them. It's like that. The gospel is like that.
But
It's
there's
not
no
going to be
evidence. There's no
or not.
first-person account evidence in the gospel. It's things that were passed down word of mouth, right, for generations, and then written in books based upon the tales that were passed word of mouth.
Where I'm going with this thought is that I do believe that embryos are humans, and that it's not only abortion. It's about what filter do we use for everything.
Okay, well, I do just want to go over this. You go back to what we were talking about. You did say that everyone in the chat that spammed 3 should go to prison. And I think that's a pretty absurd standpoint. And I don't think you actually think that. There's no way. Like, you actually think that they should all go to prison? Do you think they all should be rounded up, detained, arrested, and sentenced to life in prison for murder?
I mean, not life.
20 to life?
Are there laws in other countries for abortion?
Are there laws in certain countries? Yes.
Yeah, Muslim countries, right?
There are laws in practically every country.
Yeah. Well, when you're asking about why do I support Trump, and for me, it's also why the fact that he supports. I think the base of our society is family, and
Is that why he cheated on every single one of his wives?
no, I mean, I think
Is that why he's divorced multiple times?
For me, it's not just Trump. It's of all the political party that's involved. That many of them have Christian-based values, and that
Not
affects
Trump,
the country.
though, right? So why'd you vote for Trump
I don't
if
know
he
him
doesn't represent
personally.
that?
I mean, I don't know him personally, so I cannot say.
So-
What I'm,
So
what I'm
why'd
going
you
to-
vote for Donald Trump then?
because of all the political party that's around him that has a Christian belief,
Like who?
or even if it's not just Christian, but like
Wait, like who, for
more
example?
conservative.
Who, for example?
No, but you're gonna attack them. I think, okay, the schools. You know how
No. Who's around him that's Christian that is so good that you're willing to support a guy that clearly goes
I mean,
against
many-
Christian values?
many pastors that that he gets in contact with, and that
Such as?
but you're gonna be like, no, what if they have this problem or that problem?
Okay, well, just go ahead and name them. I can't hear you and you swipe out of the app, just letting you know. Michael, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much on PayPal. Brandon with the $30 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Brandon in the comment section. Madison, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely, Madison. Thank you so much. Stacy, thank you for the $1. Retro, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Samantha, thank you for the $1. Retro again with the $5. Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ruben, thank you for the $3. Kristen, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Devin, thank you for the $5. Sid with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Laura with the help. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Simon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I think I'm completely caught up. Could you name someone that's close to Donald Trump that's Christian that you like?
I'm gonna mention the most important one right now that we'll know this story, Charlie Kirk. That, I mean, you got to talk to him in person, and that's it. That's the example. Okay, I wanna talk about this from another angle.
I'm confused. One, he's literally not alive, so like, how could you use him as an example?
No, I'm saying that that's the type of people that were around him, influencing him in more conservative values.
Well, it didn't really look like Trump cared about him.
What do you mean he didn't care?
Well, when he was asked questions about him, he like immediately pivoted and talked about like other things. Was talking about like the White House, getting a new room, rather than talking about like the fact that he was murdered, right? And then at his like funeral, he kind of turned it into a political rally, and was like talking about the evil Democrat left-wingers rather than talking about like Charlie.
Well, he did say, he recognized that, I don't even know if I would be a president if it wasn't for Charlie. He did mention that.
That doesn't really change anything.
And the medal and he came back from Israel. Also, Israel is an important thing that I believe it's a compass on human history for the position that we have for Israel, how a nation stands regarding Israel is important, and he supports Israel.
How do you feel about Israel committing a genocide in Gaza?
No, I don't want anybody to die. I'm saying that Jesus will come back in Israel. I think there are more prophecies for the second coming than the first. And
so you're willing to support a country currently committing a genocide because it is the case that maybe the aspects of your scripture might become true?
Oh, sorry, repeat that?
So you're willing to support a country committing a genocide because it is the case that maybe the aspects of your religious text might become true then?
No, it will happen. But what I'm saying is that Jesus loves both Palestine and Israel, and he loves everybody, and the Muslims and everybody. What I'm saying is that there is a narrative of just like hate towards Israel without an apparent reason, which is spiritual.
I'll tell you why. Because Israel's committing a genocide in Gaza. They are mass starving the Palestinian people. They've blown up practically the entirety of Gaza. Right? They have been occupying Gaza. There's an apartheid where they do not grant Palestinians the same level of rights. They are actively encroaching upon the West Bank, and they are engaging in illegal settler occupation in stealing Palestinians' land in the West Bank, which Hamas is not even in the West Bank. So there's no explanation for that.
I know there's a political side of it where what I'm saying is that I don't hate anybody. I don't want anybody to die in either way. What I'm saying is that the fact that he blesses Israel, it's something that matters. But apart from that,
why? I just explained to you how what Israel is doing is bad. And they're doing so at the behest of the United States government, which is funding them and supporting them. And I think that shouldn't happen.
But why use the word, like all the words that you're using are not protecting themselves.
Because
That's
that's,
the
how
thing with
those
the
words
narrative.
are used, and they're not protecting themselves when they are the offensive. That makes no sense. When they're on the offensive, how are they protecting themselves? They're protecting themselves by bombing Iran when Iran did not attack them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
how is
gonna
that
say I
defending
know.
themselves?
I'm a
They're defending
know-it-all.
themselves from Palestinians that they're genociding and that they're stealing their land from, that they're occupying.
But why, when other countries do that to Israel, no one stands up on that same way? I mean, it did happen, which
you
is
give
the
me an example?
Holocaust, right? I mean, it did happen, which was
that was before Israel existed.
yeah. That's why it became a country, because it was horrible. I mean, as a state, but it was a nation. It's been a nation for centuries.
No, it hasn't.
Since that's literally Abraham. We're talking about, I don't know.
You understand
thousands.
that? You understand that? Again, the state of Israel goes back to 1947.
Yeah, that's when it was recognized.
That's
but
not
the
thousands of
Jewish,
years.
the Jewish have existed since thousands.
Jewish people, of
thousands
course, yeah.
years.
Jewish people have existed for thousands of years. Okay, what's your point?
Yeah, I mean, with all of this, what I'm trying to say, okay, I told you earlier. Let's look at it from another angle. Let's say abortion is all over the place. Transgender ideology, gender ideology with the kids, that they get to decide, like not, like all of this. I would say
so you have an issue with
confusion.
forcing. So you have an
Where
issue.
would society be in? Like, how would society look like if it were all of these things that you defend?
Okay. Well, society would be better if it specifically was under my control comparative to Christian nationalist control, right? Like, if we're getting what I want in the context of the government, people would be treated better. Society would improve. If we get specifically what you're advocating for, we would regress and become worse.
For example, me as a Mexican, I don't really agree with being so radical, because a lot of Mexicans go on work and, they don't get in trouble. A lot of they do. But for me, it's the things that weigh the most, as I mentioned, children. So do you agree that that men go into women's sports? Because I saw a case of a woman that she already had.
What does having
her-
children have to do with specifically like trans people in sports? And that's specifically like, can you name a single trans person playing in women's sports that is dominating?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw this girl on, I think it was on Facebook or YouTube, and she was like, I already had my scholarship, and then there was another competition, and this man who dressed as woman, and I really don't see this as a radical.
Could you
trying
name
to
a
be
single
disrespectful.
person? Like, could you name
Yeah, this
them?
girl, and she lost her scholarship, and it was like, that is so sad, because she was the
Claim of
best.
someone
on
losing
her-
their scholarship, I would have to see evidence that they lost their scholarship because of someone
Yeah.
who's trans. There's no evidence.
Yeah, that
seemingly
happened. It did happen. I saw it.
Then would you like to provide evidence of that? How could I verify this?
Google, but no, not Google. YouTube. Write YouTube girl who literally lost scholarship because of a man. And
Okay,
how
do they know that they lost the scholarship because of a specific person?
because she had it, and then like this other, as I said, man dressed as woman, and I'm not saying it to be disrespectful.
You are.
Got a better timing, and got the spot of the girl, but she was the best on her category. But then
So
they do have- it's a
again, you're just saying
it's
a trans person.
disadvantage.
So all you're saying is a trans person was on the team. So everyone else on the team also took their position. Is that your?
No, it wasn't a team. It was track. It was in track. It was like an individual competition. Like, are you in favor for that? Because there are biological disadvantages. Men are more strong. They're faster.
Wait, so after
Have testosterone.
after multiple years of hormone replacement therapy, it is the case that these particular types of advantages don't exist, right? They just genuinely don't. They don't exist to a manner in which would make it unfair. And also, you couldn't even give examples of trans people particularly playing in these sports that would restrict, right, like the fairness of the sports. That wouldn't even be an example you'd be able to provide. And also, I just want to acknowledge this, right? Like we have to be very clear. This is a non-issue. This is not something present that's affecting young people in this country. If you actually want to benefit children of this country, then we would have a policy for childcare on behalf of the Republican side. They don't. They don't have a single plan for childcare in this country, for expanding childcare access. Literally, when asked about it, JD Vance literally said, go ask grandma and grandpa to help out. That's what they said. Now, that's not a policy for childcare in this country. What are they doing with children in this country? Well, they're reducing their access to free school lunch and breakfast. 420,000 children per month will be cut off of free school lunch and breakfast because of the big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump signed into law.
No, I'm not gonna defend what I cannot defend. But at the end, I think it comes to based. I mean, if the founding fathers literally founded the Constitution and they mentioned God and they had values, and a lot of the Americans were Christian and trying to go to that.
Religious freedom is ingrained in the Constitution. Secular-based government is ingrained in the Constitution. Church is separated from state in the context of the Constitution. And Donald Trump has called for the termination of the Constitution and violated our First Amendment rights, our Second Amendment rights, our Fourth Amendment rights, our Fifth Amendment rights, and our 14th Amendment rights.
Yeah. Well, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Why do love exist and hate? Why do we have these traits? Like, what's the purpose of living? What's the purpose of wanting to defend all of these things? And I do believe that we are eternal, and that above the politics side of it, it's a soul problem. And when
I feel like this is a pivot from the conversations we're having, because you know that
No,
I'm an
I mean,
atheist, and you
because
know
we're
I'm
gonna
going to
die.
answer with that. You're just asking me, like, what is the purpose of things? I think that we form our own purpose. We find out things specifically that are relevant towards our lives that we care about, and because of those things, we then take care of each other. And I think it's important to take care of each other. That's why
Okay,
we
you
live in
mentioned-
society.
that's the thing, that if we want to take care of each other, we think of the then the people that haven't been born. What's the word? Not yet born. For the kids, to affirm them in their God-given body and their identity. That's the thing. That's why I told you we all base our thoughts on books. And I would encourage people to look at the Bible. That's the thing.
I'm good.
Yeah. But I think it's above all of us. There's a verse that says that the hearts of the kings are like rivers in the Lord's hands, which he directs however he wants. So above humans, which we get to have 80 years, 90 years, we do have a soul, and what Jesus came to do. That's the thing. That
Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Arad?
Yeah, it's related, because you asked Trump, and one time they told him, "Hey, you're the most famous person." He said, "No, it's Jesus Christ." That's the thing, that he talks about Jesus Christ and on that political arena, and many people say, "No, it's one thing is political and one thing is the religious." And every government.
Okay. You mentioned the Bible. You've been talking about how it's your favorite book, and you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favorite Bible verses are, and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it, because to me that's very personal. When I talk about the Bible, it's very personal, so I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into.
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite.
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that
no,
you like.
I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think.
No, but there's another one where he said about that Jesus Christ is famous. Is the most famous.
So, I can play you a clip of him saying that he's never asked God for forgiveness.
But here's the thing: we go all night long about when he did say this and when he didn't say that. What I'm saying
so then
is
why
that
did you bring that up?
because he mentions Christ, and I believe that it's true. What he came to do, he came to save our souls, and we have.
Do you think that
eternity.
Kamala Harris is not Christian?
I mean, I don't know her as much as I don't
Harris
know.
is Christian.
But I mean, I would question if she defends all of these things that go against the Bible.
Why are
That's
you
the thing
only
that-
questioning whether or not she's a Christian, but you're not questioning whether or not Trump is?
No, I just said it. As much as I don't know Trump, I don't know Kamala, but I know the things that he's defending.
Okay. All right. Well, it seems like the things that you brought up weren't reasons to support Trump. But is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add before I go on to the next person?
Is there anything that you actually like about Trump? Like that he just went to end the war?
Is there anything I like about Trump? I like that his term is going to end at some point.
And what are your thoughts about Charlie? With all the people that were laughing, and I think that speaks.
Can I go on to the next person?
No, I mean, what won't you answer? It's just like.
If you want to hear my thoughts on Charlie, you can go to my account if you'd like to.
You mean like your TikTok account?
Yep.
But why don't you accept the ugly side of the Democrat Party, that it can be very vile?
Haley, think of the galaxy. I can acknowledge things I disagree with Democrats on.
What are those?
It's going to be a lot of things, and I think that this is extending this conversation. I don't really think that this conversation is productive. I think right now we're just kind of going in through like an interview. You're really just kind of like asking me like what things I disagree with Democrats on, which I can talk about, and I've talked about many of times. Like Israel is an example, but it would be too long of a conversation for me to go through every single thing I disagree with Democrats on.
Yeah. Well, above all the differences, what I'm trying to say is that Jesus loves everybody, and if you get to seek him, you will find him, and that he will come back, and those are good news, and yeah, we have a soul, and we can be saved from our fallen nature and get to ask him. I'm not trying to win a debate. I really want just to leave a seed that if you really look for him, and he doesn't mind about the questions that we have, he doesn't mind about sin, or even if we're mad at him, he is a very loving God, and the evil that's in the world and all the evil, when someone kills or someone steals, that speaks about something. There can be an evil influence on people when they act like that, and it's just like for us to question it and give him an opportunity. I promise that if you really seek him.
Okay, I'm going to go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Quick little thing for people. Don't just come up on my live stream and just like preach to me. To be honest, like I'm not going to go into like a whole reason why I don't want to be preached to, but like, I mean, I don't think that was like a fun thing to have to go through, to be honest with you. After a few times, like I definitely heard it before. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. David, thank you so much for the $7 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Livy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Coral with the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Lori with the $10 as well. Thank you very much. Anna, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Lenny with the €5. Thank you. Boo, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very, very much. Cade with the $5. Coral with the $20. Thank you so much, Coral. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Nina with the $5. Rose, thank you so much for the $10. On the beard, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Serendipity, thank you for the $2. And Coral with the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Give me some W's for Coral in the comment section right now for the $50. Thank you so much. Happy Rock, thank you for the $2. Carolina with the $5. Lenny with the €2. Thank you twice. And for the €10. Heather with the $5. Josh, I appreciate the $5. Jenny with the $2. Thank you, thank you. Lady Warrior, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And Too Much Time, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so kind of everyone. Amber with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Amber, thank you. I will look. Bridget, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Bridget. I really appreciate it. Allie, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely it is. I don't know why people think otherwise. Sandra, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Anthony, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Alrighty, everybody, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go on to the next person real quick, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Alrighty. Let's go to the next person real quick. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. How old are you?
Quite frankly, I'm Fetus Jump. I love
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2005, October 20th.
Okay, you turn 19 tomorrow?
October. Yeah.
October is this month.
I turned 20. I'm 19.
You turned 20, you're currently 19, and you were born in 2006?
2005.
2005. Then why'd you say 2006?
I didn't say that. You want to roll it back real quick?
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because every time that I tell you why, you tell me something stupid, and then you expect me to be like, yeah, every time.
Have I talked to you before?
No, I talked to Dean, and I talked to him on your live. I talked to you on his live stream before, but you both do the same thing.
Okay, we talked on his live stream, so
I'll give you an example.
What's the same
I'll give
thing
you
that
an
we
example.
do that you disagree with, or you think is
So
such
I'll
an
give
issue?
you an example. You want the example?
Yeah, Cassie, thank you for the $20 from PayPal. Thank you so much, Cassie.
Okay, here's an example. So I'm gonna give you word for word what you said to me before. Okay. You said it was with Christianity. You said that
According to your logic, lying is the same thing as murder, and since lying is the same thing as murder, why isn't lying illegal when murder is?
Why is your bio? My ex put 5 felony charges on me. And I am going to put 10 felonies on her with sexual relations with 2 minors. Do you think it's okay to say pedophilic things?
What are you talking about right now?
I just read off your bio, you fucking idiot. Answer the question.
You want me to tell you what I got going on right now?
I'm asking you, do you think it's okay to say pedophilic things? Are you actually saying that legitimately? Because it sounds like you're joking, right? But you think it's okay to make pedophilic jokes?
No, she actually did that.
So you're going to have sexual relations with minors?
No, she did that. And I'm going to put 10 felonies on her for doing that.
Oh, okay. So sorry,
And she put 5 felonies
so
on
your
me.
ex had relations with minors? Why did she put 5 felony charges on you? And also, why would you only put the felony charges on her if they put felony charges on you?
You want to know what happened? I'll tell you. Look,
are you telling me that you knew that happened? Wait, are you telling me that you knew that happened, and yet you weren't going to put felony charges on her or tell the police until they did the same thing to you?
No. I'm about to tell you right now. Listen, I'm about to tell you. Look, I did call the detectives and stuff like that, but that's when they got mad, and that's why they put felony charges on me, because I went to the cops first. But I got scared because I didn't really want to.
No, you don't get felony charges for going to the cops. What did you get the felony charges for?
I got stalking. But I never even seen her before. That's the thing.
You've never seen her before. That's bullshit.
No, I lied. I saw her before, but I mean,
yeah. So you got
I didn't
stalking
really
charges.
stalk her in real life.
Were you convicted of that?
Because me and her broke up, right?
I have a question. Were you convicted of that?
Of
felony stalking. Were you convicted of felony stalking?
No.
So you were just charged with felony.
No, I have a warrant for my arrest.
So there's a warrant for your arrest right now.
Okay, yeah, but let me tell you what happened, okay?
So you are currently charged for felonies, and there's a warrant for your arrest, and you're on my live stream talking about it. Are you fucking
Okay,
stupid?
wait, listen. Hold
Why
on.
the hell would you? I'm sorry, you got to be trolling. You would.
I
not
need to
make
tell you
that-
something first.
You would not make that your bio and then talk about it on a live with over 7,000 people, unless that was you had some other alternative reason for doing that. You're rage baiting.
Okay, but wait, look, you're making this look
You're
bad.
rage
Can I
baiting
at
and
least
trolling. What's the
explain?
point of doing this?
Can I explain what's going on here?
No. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Jennifer with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe I might be. I might be. Who knows? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
July 14th.
Okay. So why would you support Trump?
Well, I want to be honest. I kind of think he's a dick. He's kind of a douchebag. There are things he can do better, but bottom line, he gets things done. I want secure borders. I don't want minors getting like sex, like gender changing drugs and all that. And that's
which
just
ones?
what the Democrats. I don't really know the name, but it might be a state thing. I don't know, but I'm just not okay with that. And I don't agree with a bunch of like Democrat stuff.
Okay. Well, if you don't know what drugs you're referencing, it's hard for us to have a conversation about that.
Well, I'm not really
like
gonna
if
make
doctors
a point on
determine
it.
that it's effective for the person's health, do you think that they should be able to get access to it?
Wait, repeat that?
If doctors determine that a particular drug is effective for someone's health, should they be able to get access to it?
I don't think changing your gender is effective to your health.
Okay, what do you mean by changing your gender? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, which particular drugs are you referring?
Like puberty blockers.
Okay,
Yeah.
Do you think children who are not trans should be able to get access to puberty blockers?
No.
No? So doctors determine that a particular child who's not trans needs puberty blockers for their health, medically speaking. You're telling me they should not be able to get access to it.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you want to like block your puberty or whatever and change your gender or whatever, that I don't think that should be allowed for.
So only trans children should not be able to get access to puberty blockers.
I don't think
Cis
any children should
be able
unless it's medically needed. If it's life threatening.
Okay, so it's determined by the doctor. Okay, so again, trans children are getting it
Okay,
in that
well,
same determination. They go through a
also,
doctor.
I don't
They don't just
agree
get it
with
to get it. They go through a doctor.
I don't agree with the whole Palestine versus Israel. I think both sides are kind of effed up.
So why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? Because I don't agree with what Democrats like believe in.
Such as?
I think the party is kind of crazy. They're violent. For example, George Floyd, like the riots in 2020, burning down cars, attacking like police people. Attacking white people.
You must believe that Trump supporters are violent because of January 6th.
Well, that was a small majority, and I don't condone it at all. I think that made a big stain in Republicans as a whole.
Do you think the right is violent because of January 6th?
Huh?
Do you think the right is violent because of January 6th?
No. I mean, that's one example, and there's like 20 on the Democrats.
So that doesn't make them violent. So why would specific examples of some people on the left, which you can't even necessarily prescribe it as people on the left, right, particularly committing acts of violence,
hold on,
a
what do you
descriptive
mean I
fact
can't
of
describe
all of the
people on
left
the
as a
left?
whole? You said the left is violent because some people on the left committed violence.
Oh, no, I would say majority. But
that was not a majority of people that were committing violence. You're an idiot.
If you want to talk about the LA riots, we could too.
I'm sorry, you think a majority of Democrats were committing violence?
Well, yeah, you guys are like attacking police officers. I mean,
what are you talking about? You think a majority of Democrats have committed violence? More than half of Democrats have committed violence.
Yes, LA riots.
Okay. So I just want to let you know, I live in LA. You think 50% of the Democrats in LA were involved in the riots?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's no way you actually believe that.
Do you not see the big
Stop.
like
Stop. You don't believe that. You don't believe that half of the fucking state was involved in riots. Shut up. You don't actually believe that. Stop. Can you be serious?
I'm being serious. Like, look at the videos.
I'm sorry. If you're serious, then there's a bigger issue right at hand. I'm sorry. Genuinely. Why do you think that?
Why do I think that?
Yes.
Because
it was
no
obviously
Republican
not
that
50%
voted
of people.
for closed borders would be rioting, trying to keep all these immigrants in.
Stop. You don't think over 50% of Democrats were engaging in riot and violence, okay? That's stupid.
I wouldn't
Stop
say
saying
like
that.
completely, but I would
Honestly,
say majority of it was the liberals.
Okay, so you're changing your points. Is it that a majority of Democrats engaged in violence, or is it something else? Which claim is it?
Majority of you guys are. I don't. It's not an exact number.
If you continue to say that, because I know it's rage bait, I'm going to kick you. That's a waste of my
I'm
time.
not rage baiting.
Yes,
I'm not
you
rage
are.
baiting.
Yes, you are. You
I'm not
don't
rage
believe
baiting.
that. You don't believe that, Aaron.
Republicans wouldn't be doing that. Because we want closed borders.
Stop. You don't actually believe that over 50% of Democrats engaged in violence. You have about 10 seconds to admit you were joking, or I'm going to kick you. Last time I'm going to say that, okay?
I'm not joking.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Mark, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Mark. What's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, you still be playing 2K, Parker? We gotta play 2K, bro.
I haven't played 2K in a while. It's been a while. I would be so bad right now. Coconut, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. As well as thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Allie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. You used to play 2K while debating? Yeah, I used to play games while debating all the time, but people got annoyed with the sticks, me like moving the sticks in the background and using the keyboard. Otherwise, I would, to be honest. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
July 17, 2007.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why so?
Because Donald Trump is like the best president ever.
Why so?
He's getting all the illegals out the country.
Undocumented immigrants? Why so?
Yes.
Why do you think that's a good thing?
Because I think that all these illegal immigrants make our country unsafe. Like they don't follow our culture.
What do you mean they don't follow our culture? What does that mean? What is our culture?
Our culture, like we're a Christian nation. Like if we have like
most immigrants are Christian.
Yeah, but like.
So what particular culture do they not follow?
They don't follow. Like. Like. They're most like immigrants are like. They're not like. Like some are like
Please tell me you're trolling.
Yeah, I'm trolling.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
46.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely, 100%.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
100% Trump.
Okay. Why is that?
Because he was by far the best option, and he actually wanted to be president. I don't think Kamala did.
I think Kamala Harris definitely wanted to be president. Can you tell me why you think that?
Well, she didn't do enough sit-downs. Took her over a month when she first announced her campaign in July. Took her over a month to have her first sit-down. That's
Okay.
not
If she did a sit-down within the first 30 days, would you have voted for her?
No.
Okay. Give me a reason why you didn't vote for her. Come on.
Because she copied and pasted Joe Biden's policies on their campaign website. She just wasn't ready. She did.
No, she didn't. She slightly deferred the two policies. And again, I'll ask you this question: if she didn't 100% copy Biden's policies, would you have voted for her?
There's a lot of other things that she would have had to.
Okay, so
have
then
done.
what specifically is a reason why you did not vote for her and you voted for Donald Trump?
Well, I just gave you two.
Those
So-
weren't reasons. I just proved to you that they weren't reasons because I said if they were otherwise, would you have still voted for Donald Trump? And you said yes. So
because I find her as like a political insider, and somebody that is just a puppet. And so that's reason number 3.
okay, how do you identify that someone is a political insider and a puppet?
When they, you can make the same assertion about J.D. Vance. He came up a little bit too quick, but somebody who really hasn't done a lot, didn't get any votes when she ran for president in 2020. She was one of the first ones out. Didn't even.
I mean,
remember
she
correctly,
had more percentage of the Democratic Party. She had 8 to 15% in the Democratic primary in 2020. J.D. Vance did not have that. So would you say that J.D. Vance is a puppet and a political insider?
You can make that assertion, but we're not talking about him right now. It's between Trump and Harris.
So I have a question then. Who would you, okay, so then the point that I'm making then is that if your issue is that she quote unquote came up too quickly, what would you prefer? Because she literally worked right as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, as the attorney general for California. She worked as a senator, and then she became vice president. So like, what should she have done otherwise?
She should have had a better track record.
By doing what?
Coming up. Well, one, not I guess. I don't want to say it because you'll probably boot me, but I think you know where I'm going with this.
I don't.
She had relations with people with power to.
Okay. Do you have any evidence? Who did she engage in intercourse with to be able to get to a particular position?
What's his name? Brown, last name Brown, in California.
Okay, so Willie Brown, she did not sleep with Willie Brown in order to be able to get to any particular political position. Which political position did she get into because she slept with Willie Brown?
Do you got proof of that? Because
you're the one that has to provide proof because you claim that she got to the position because of sleeping with Willie Brown. So would you like to provide me any evidence of that actually being the case?
Yes, I can pull that up.
Go ahead.
But just know that we're on reason number 4, so I can go down the list.
Wait, no, I asked you for evidence that provides
Right.
any idea to believe that she slept her way to the top. So, in the meantime, while you do that, let me thank a few people real quick. It's Crutchy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's in the comment section for them right there? I appreciate it. Marine with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Marine in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Marine. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Marine in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Thank you. By the way, everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. What's up?
So, Willie Brown publicly stated that he and Kamala had dated. Sure, I dated Kamala Harris. So what?
Kamala. Yeah, what about dating Kamala Harris means that she, quote-unquote, slept her way to the top? Did Willie Brown say that she, quote-unquote, slept her way to the top?
No, that's not what he said, but it's kind of, it goes without saying.
No, it doesn't.
Well, I don't want to get
No,
too
wait,
far
why-
off
wait,
topic
wait, wait.
here. It
If
seems
it,
like
wait,
we're
so if
saying-
it goes without saying, you're saying that you're just assuming that.
Oh, well, when somebody dates, what does that mean? Two adults dating? I mean, hello, ring, ring.
Yeah, two adults dating doesn't mean that it is the case that one, quote unquote, slept their way to the top. Would you assume that Willie Brown slept his way to the top because he dated Kamala Harris?
I'm sure he did some nefarious activities, some corrupt stuff. Yeah.
Okay, what corrupt stuff?
I've not done a deep dive, but
so you just
it's
assumed that he engaged in corruption. That seems really weird. Why?
I would assume every single politician has done something corrupt.
So Trump has done
Especially
something
if they've been
corrupt?
there a while. I'm sure he has. Yeah. And same thing in business. Yeah.
Okay, so but
So
I
then
asked you, what reason do you have? Would you question whether or not he slept his way to the top?
It's a bit different for males, right? Don't white males have?
Did you question if JD Vance slept his way to the top?
No, but I would question that he got there in some other ways.
Wait, so why don't you question whether or not he slept his way to the top? Is it because he's a man?
It's kind of harder for men to sleep with women than it is women to sleep with men.
Wait, couldn't it also be men sleeping with men?
Common knowledge. Well, yeah, it could be men sleeping with men. That's
So JD Vance could have slept his way to the top. Why don't you think that?
Because he's married to a woman.
But that doesn't mean that he wouldn't sleep his way to the top. You understand that you can be bisexual, right?
He could.
Okay, so then why
He
is
could,
that
but
a
there's no
reason?
stories out there.
So then why is that a reason to believe that that didn't happen?
Well, it could have. Just take a look at Hollywood.
So you think JD Vance might have slept his way to the top?
There's a slight chance, but there's absolutely
There's a
no
slight
evidence
chance,
of
right? So is there any evidence Kamala Harris slept her way to the top? Because I mean,
I just said Willie Brown.
Willie Brown. Okay. So again, her dating Willie Brown does not mean she slept her way to the top. That's a ridiculous statement for you to make. What evidence do you have that
Okay,
because
that's
she
your
dated
opinion.
Willie Brown, it got her to the position she was at?
Okay, that's your opinion, and you can have your opinion, but I got mine. But let's not get too far off.
Wait,
the
no, you have that
topic.
opinion, but I'm asking if you have any evidence behind that opinion.
Do you have any evidence that politicians gain power the right way?
Well, that would be a negative claim. Or you'd have to provide evidence that they did something corrupt to get into that position.
I mean, just look at politics. Just open a book and read.
Okay, so then you must have thought that Donald Trump slept his way to the top then, right?
No, I didn't say sleep.
Okay, so then why are you only assuming that when it comes to women?
Did Donald Trump
answer the question? Why are you only doing that when it comes to women?
I'm not.
You are.
I'm just doing it.
Can you name a
No, I'm not.
man?
I'm doing it with
Name the name of a single man that you believe slept their way to the top.
What's his name? The Santos guy?
The Santos guy? George Santos?
Yes, the Republican.
Who did he sleep with? Trump? Because he got pardoned by Trump.
No idea. I have no idea, but you got to do certain
Or
things.
not, he
in order
not
to-
pardoned. Why did Trump what's the word? It starts with a C. He only served
What did he do wrong?
He only served 3 months. He was convicted of fraud.
Yes, but how much time did he get?
He only served 3 months.
Where at though?
Does that matter?
It does matter.
I don't know where he was located.
Exactly. It was a max federal prison.
How long do you think someone should,
hours a day?
Let me ask you, someone commits fraud, how long do you think they should stay in prison?
I think that they should be punished, but to be confined for 23 hours a day and I forgot how much time he got.
So then why didn't he just move him to a different prison?
Because that was what the judge did. Trump has the power to commute the sentence, but does he have the power? I could be wrong on this, but does he have the power to
If
say
he's
no,
commuting
Judge,
the
I'm wrong?
sentence, can't he just commute the sentence at a future date?
So instead of 7 years, like 1 year, or what?
Yeah, instead of 3 months.
I guess that would be a question for him, but and it may or may not be the case. I don't know if Trump can say the 7 years or whatever it was is too harsh, so let's just do 1 year. It's either on or off. It's binary. Either you commute them or you don't. There's no in between. I think you would agree with that, right?
So one, all right, who did George Santos sleep with? You don't know. You just assumed that because these
but you kind of see. This is what you do. We're talking about Harris versus Trump, and then you go off on these things. This is what you did with Charlie Kirk.
Actually, you did that. You brought up that you thought that she slept her way to the top, which I disproved. And now I'm actually asking you whether or not you think other people, quote unquote, slept their way to the top, because I think that you're misogynistic and you're only applying it to women.
I'm sure they did.
You're the one who brought this up.
So it's misogynistic for you to not see that.
What? What did you just say?
It's misogynistic for you to believe that.
For me to believe what?
To believe that I'm misogynistic.
How is it misogynistic for me to believe that you're misogynistic? That's stupid.
Because you have a baseless claim that you're making based on my opinion.
How is it baseless?
Of one woman. Based on one woman.
And me making a baseless claim does not mean that I'm misogynistic, right? Right? What is misogyny? Do you know what misogyny is?
Oh my God.
I'm asking you, do you know what misogyny is?
You're bad at this, man. You're so bad, Parker. You're so bad at this. Stick to the topic. Let's go back.
I think I'm pretty fine.
Let's reset.
I like how you don't want to answer the question. Is that why you don't want to answer the question?
Parker, you're getting cooked.
Is that why you don't want to answer the question?
In a way to
Is that why you don't want to answer the question?
No, I'm just done with it. Let's get back to Trump versus Harris because you're getting cooked.
I like how you're pivoting. Nice pivot. If you pivot,
no,
enough,
that's what you're doing.
Realize,
I'm trying to
right?
stop you from pivoting. Stick to the topic.
I'm not the one who pivoted. You brought this up.
Just like Charlie Kirk told you, stick to the topic.
Just like Charlie Kirk, you're getting destroyed in the debate.
No, you. If you're talking about Jubilee, you had 4 attempts, and every single time that you got up there,
I beat him.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Can you name one point he beat me on?
When it came to the Senate,
what about
the purpose of the Senate, you said the Senate was DEI, and then he educated you. Absolutely,
how did he educate
you? Took you to school
by saying what?
I forgot word for word, but he basically told you.
No, he just called the argument silly. That's all he did. That's literally all he did.
Right. And then I think it was the second time that you got up there.
Do you want me to play the clip on the? Oh, let's play the clip and let's see what how the debate went. Do you want to watch it?
I want you to show the second one where y'all were supposed to talk about one thing and then you immediately went to Christianity.
Hold up. Wait.
Just completely, just out of the gate pivoted.
Me talking about Christianity doesn't mean I lost the debate. Now, let me point up. Let's talk about the conversation in terms of the
yes, it does because you
the electoral college and the Senate being DEI. So take a listen in. Let's listen to that conversation real quick.
The entire
Senate. The Senate is technically DEI in a certain sense for like small states.
Like Rhode Island and Hawaii.
I'm giving you an example. California, I get less of a vote than someone who exists in Wyoming. We're giving people in Wyoming more say than they necessarily should, given that they're one individual. So why do you believe in DEI as it relates to how our government is set up? We don't believe in DEI in terms of allowing for people who are black or who are women to be in positions of power that they have not been allowed in historically speaking.
So your argument is that the U.S. Senate is a DEI? I gotta be honest, I've never heard that argument, but I think it's a little silly.
How is it silly? Argue against it instead of just saying it's silly.
Well,
under your definition, why is it not DEI?
Because it's not based on race. It's colorblind. It's not that we get white
again,
states
DEI
more,
is not
black
only
states
based on
more.
race.
Hold on a second.
Diversity for country, diversity for rural, equity for rural, and inclusion of rural.
No, that's an interesting.
DEI. You think DEI is only race because you associate it with Kamala Harris?
Is there a single instance in corporate America where DEI is implemented where diversity means anything other than skin color diversity?
So diversity.
No, it's not about viewpoint.
Women.
What?
You have to move the goalpost a little bit because you got destroyed there.
Now play the rest of it. And I like how you edited that. Now play the rest of it where you had no idea.
I mean, I can play the unedited version. Do you want to hear the unedited version?
That Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate.
Like the Senate is technically DEI in a certain sense for like small states. Like Wyoming gets people in Wyoming get a greater vote than me in California.
He likes the Senate.
Like Rhode Island and Hawaii.
I'm giving you an example. California, I get less of a vote than someone who exists in Wyoming. So we're giving people in Wyoming more say than they necessarily should, given that they're one individual.
Well, actually, you just got removed for community guidelines anyway, so no reason to watch the whole thing. Charlie got cooked. He got destroyed, and the fact that he even thinks that tells me he didn't even watch the clip. He had no clue who he was talking about, and he was just saying that because he was clearly mad that I beat him in a debate, and he was trying to pivot away from that. Adam with the $75 from the DNC. Can we get some W's for Adam in the comment section right now for the $75 from the DNC? Thank you so much, Adam. W's for Adam in the comment section right now for the $75 from the DNC. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
42.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, why so?
I just feel like he's the right person for office for these times.
And why is that?
A little more stronger, a little bit more aggressive, a peacemaker, stopping the borders. It needed to be done. 4 more years of the same of Harris would have been the same as Biden. This country would have been in the pooper.
Okay, in what way? Like, what would she have done that you disagree with?
Stuck to the same open borders. I mean, if it was open borders for another 4 years, I couldn't imagine what this country would look like in another 4 years.
How do you identify that the border is open?
Oh my God, how do I identify? I'm in Michigan, and my God, it is not what it looks like 5 years ago.
Based on what metric do you identify that the border is open?
Was open or currently?
Was.
Yeah, it was wide open. I mean, I don't know how to identify from my visually.
Visually by doing what? Like, I mean, did you watch the people cross the border, or what happened?
I knew a lot of them that did cross the border.
So you knew
Home
millions
Depot.
of people?
Lots of people, yeah. I'm from this Pontiac in Michigan. It is 100% Mexicans.
Wait, so I'm confused.
The whole town is.
What's your point? I'm confused. And
it went from population nothing to fully Latino. Pontiac is.
Do you understand there's a difference between being Mexican and being Latino, right?
Or Mexican, yeah. Fine.
People
Let's
who
just
are
go with
Mexican are Latino, but it doesn't mean that everyone who is Latino is Mexican.
No problemos. Hablas.
Okay, what's your point?
I speak it. I know what you're saying, so you don't have to tell me. It's okay. I just misspoke.
That's fine. I was just
You
clarifying
want me to
because
speak to you in Spanish, English, or Italian? Which one?
Hey, dude, I was just clarifying because some people.
No, I'm just letting you know. I just misspoke. That's all.
That's fine.
Parker,
That's fine.
Here,
some people have that.
Are you trying to say that the border was not open? Is that what you're trying to claim?
Yeah, it wasn't open.
Okay, that's it. That's why you guys lost. Do you understand?
No, it's not. It's
you're in denial.
What does it mean?
It was wide open.
Okay, so do you measure that based upon the level of border crossings?
I would say so. Yes.
Okay, so then did you know that there were higher levels of border crossings at the end of Trump's first administration on a daily average, at the very end of his administration, comparative to the very end on a daily average of the Biden-Harris administration? So are you saying that the end of Trump's first administration that he had an open border? And are you saying that Biden inherited an open border and then he passed a secure border off to Trump?
All I know is that the border, when Trump on his first term got in office, he was very strict about the border, and it slowed down to completely nothing in the beginning of his first term. Then I know that 2019 happened, and then something changed or whatever happened.
I mean, the level of border crossings increased before that. It was increasing under Trump's administration. I'm talking at the very end of Trump's administration, right? There were greater levels of border crossings on a daily average comparative to the very end of the Biden-Harris administration. So if there were a greater level of daily crossings at the end of the Trump administration comparative to the end of the Biden administration, well, then Biden inherited a less secure border than he handed over to Trump.
So who do you think's doing a better job, Trump or Biden, with the border situation?
I prefer Biden.
Was doing better, you're saying?
Yes.
But that's scary because then, like, I mean, if you think that's true, then there's something really wrong here. You know,
No, there's not.
Like literally, it's under control now. You understand that, right?
No, it's not.
Okay, I don't know how to argue. So you're gonna say no matter what. So here, can I ask you your thoughts on Trump getting a peace deal with? I know it's not working out.
Can we talk about the peace deal's not actually gone through? They both sides admit that.
I knew you were going to say
they
that.
think both sides have violated the deal. Now, if you want to talk specifically about the point that you were making, I'd love to stay on topic if you'd like.
Okay. No. I was just saying that no matter what I say, you're going to say that it's not, you know.
I can tell you why, though. Like, I have reasons as to why. The reason why I think that Biden is doing better than Trump is because Trump does not follow due process to the same degree, is because Biden was fighting for faster conditions for people to be able to get into the country through the legal process and was trying to make the asylum process go quicker as well through the bipartisan border bill. But Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill and has advocated for no policies to make said legal immigration process to go quicker.
Yeah, but everybody knows if you don't stop the bleeding.
Whoa.
Yeah, what happened there?
I don't know.
At some time you got to stop the bleeding, and then you can start promoting better, more legal actions, right? Like, but it was so out of control that something needed to be done immediately, or else it would have always been out of control. There was no way any of this was going to be fixed unless it was done the way it is right now. How are you going to fix it? It was out of control.
Because you provide quicker pathways to citizenship through the legal process, which would incentivize people to go through said legal process. For people that are currently in the country undocumented who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, provide them a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country in order to go through said pathway to citizenship that has a background check within it, right? So that would be the process to incentivize people to go through said process, and it would make it easier for law enforcement to identify anyone in the country who has actually committed a violent crime or bad crime, because they wouldn't be focused on deporting people who are working at Home Depot for a better life. Right? They're literally going to Home Depots. They're going to high school graduations. They're going to places where people are with their families, and they're stripping people who are with their families away from their families without due process.
Yeah, but how do you justify if they came here illegal, correct? And now you're saying, okay, they're here. Now you're saying, let's just accept that they broke the law, and you're saying let's grant them a pathway since they already broke the law, is what you're saying. I'm
saying the best way to ensure that they're vetted is to provide them said pathway to citizenship. They broke the law because our current legal immigration process takes too long, multiple years on average, to be able to get into the country, plus thousands of dollars, which is too much to get people to come into the country through that mechanism. So that's why people have come to the country undocumented. So realizing the errors of our system, creating better laws is the first thing to do. And that includes providing pathway to citizenship for people who were disenfranchised by said system and decided to come to the country undocumented because the current legal process takes too long.
But how does that justify, like, for you being a U.S. citizen, if I break a law, I break the law and I get the penalty, right? But
okay, so you're saying people who commit crimes should be held accountable for the said crimes. So why did you vote for Donald Trump? Because you voting for Donald Trump and putting him in the position of power, such as the position of president,
we were just talking about pivots.
It's not a pivot. I promise you this is a relevant point. Can you please let me make the point and then we will move on?
Okay.
Okay. So if you want to hold criminals accountable, why did you vote for Donald Trump, who was convicted of 34 felonies? And he specifically was not sentenced to prison because it is the case that he was voted into the position of presidency. So if you care about holding criminals accountable, you would not have voted for Donald Trump because that did not ensure that he as a criminal was held accountable.
No, he did. He went to his court. He did his stuff, and Democrats did everything in their power to get him convicted before he ran for the presidency, and they failed.
He was convicted. They did not fail, right? And that was not Democrats going after him. He was convicted. The reason why he was not held accountable for the crimes that he was convicted of committing is because he literally was elected president. So you ensured that a criminal was not held accountable for the crimes they were convicted of by voting for Donald Trump. He was determined by a jury of his peers, beyond a reasonable doubt, to have committed a crime. And you ensured that he was not held accountable by voting for him.
First of all, whatever criminal actions he did, I didn't believe he was a felon or should have been charged for any of those, okay? And how do you know that lady that was claiming that was...
We're talking about the felonies he's convicted of. You're mistaking different cases.
Well, there's so many of them, yeah. So let's just say...
Exactly. There's so many cases, you forgot which one you were talking about.
I think all the fraud ones were BS. All of them. Every single one of them was stupid. I don't think those were felons, or I think he shouldn't have been held accountable.
What was the felony for? What was he convicted for?
Wasn't he for banking, making his property seem more money? I don't know what the...
Nope, different case.
Then another one was for...
Nope, that's a different
fake
case.
Educational class, right? Or the...
different case. Different case.
Okay, and I guess
so what were the felonies?
So wasn't one like fraud, or right? One was for fraud, correct?
Nope.
Well, help me out. What was one of them?
Falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York because of a predicate crime, meaning he was committing this crime in furtherance of another one. So that's specifically what the crime was, right?
Which
you
I don't think
you didn't know what the
anybody
felonies were, so how could you say that he wasn't guilty of felonies that you didn't even know were the felonies he committed?
Well, let's go for the one for the banking thing. So they said he was laying.
We're not talking about the. Hey, dude, we're not talking about the banking. We're talking about the
I'm just giving you
Stay
for
on topic.
instance.
No, you're actually pivoting. I stayed on topic. I addressed things that are specifically related to the things you said. You're not addressing the things that I've said. Talk about the felonies.
They said he was lying about his values of his properties, right? Falsifying.
No,
which
he falsified business records to hide the hush money payment that he paid Stormy Daniels because he cheated on his wife while she was pregnant, right? And he was trying to hide the payments so it didn't affect his election prospects.
I understand. I guess he wasn't convicted. He didn't serve any time for any of this stuff. I don't know. Okay, so I don't. When you
he was convicted and he didn't serve time because you voted for him for president.
I don't think that's how it went.
That is exactly how it went.
If he didn't become president, I don't think he would have went to jail for any of that stuff.
Yes, he would have. Giovanni, thank you for the $10. Thank you. He very likely would have gone to prison if he was not president. That's literally what the determination said.
And you don't think that was the Democrats going after him?
No, there's no reason to believe that. Because he was convicted.
Okay.
If it was just Democrats going after him, wouldn't it just have been like a charge?
But Trump's going after Comey, right?
I mean, those are just charges. Those aren't convictions.
But I'm just saying, but you would say that Trump's going after Comey, correct?
I'm not sure with that case. I think he's going after Tish James. I think that that's political retribution that he's trying to engage in.
But how can you say one or the other? So you're saying that Democrats weren't going politically after Trump, but you can say Trump's politically going after them?
Because he admitted it.
It's just one of those things. Like, there's nothing going to get you off your Democrat high over here. I'm telling you.
What do
I do
mean?
believe.
What
I'll
do you
tell
mean?
you something.
I mean, you could give me reasons.
I'll tell you
Trump said this himself. I'm just saying what Trump said himself.
I do believe in 12 years or maybe 3 more presidents. I believe you will become a Republican yourself. I do.
And what makes you think that?
I just feel it, man. I really do. I think you're gonna change. People change. I think you're gonna change.
But what makes you think that?
Your party's gonna fail you over and over again because they're way to the left and they're not gonna go. I think you're probably more. You're kind of left, but you'll end up becoming more mid, right? And then I think you'll go fully right eventually. I really do.
Yeah, but like this is just a feeling. You're not really giving me any reason. You just said you feel like this. Well, I feel like you are gonna become a unicorn. I feel like you, when you're older, you're gonna be more left wing.
I think when you get older, you will become more right. That's all I'm just trying to say.
Yeah, and I think when you're older, you'll become more left.
No, but you know, I like Obama. I
No,
liked Obama.
I feel like when you're older, you'll become more left.
I didn't think Obama was bad. And I don't think Gretchen Whitmer from my state's bad either. And she's a Democrat. I don't think she's that bad.
If you like Gretchen Whitmer, why don't you like Kamala Harris?
I think Gretchen Whitmer would have been way better than Kamala Harris, to be honest with you. I just think I think she's doing a great job in Michigan. That's just
Okay, can you name one thing that Gretchen Whitmer has done in Michigan?
She's done quite a bit.
Such as?
What's that?
Such as? What did she do that you like?
Two of the things. So she gave forgiveness for people with bad prior records on licenses, right? For your driver's license. She forgave the state for old medical records that like debts can be removed from credit.
Kamala Harris advocated for both of those things.
But I'm just saying she did it. Like literally I saw
And
it.
so did
points
Kamala
come off
Harris.
her.
We can point to Kamala Harris specifically doing that same thing.
I think if Whitmer ran next, I think she has a chance.
Okay, you could think that, but like I don't really see the reason that would be distinct with Kamala Harris and Gretchen Whitmer that would get you to support Gretchen Whitmer, but not Kamala Harris.
I just think she's been doing good over here. I just see what she's been doing.
I mean, if you think that, then you would think the same thing about Kamala Harris because they advocate for the same thing. Gretchen Whitmer has said to vote for Kamala Harris. So if you actually think that she's doing a good job and you think that she makes the determinations that would be better for the country, well, and she said that Kamala Harris was the better candidate over Donald Trump, then why didn't you listen to her?
Because I think she's good for the state, not for the country, right? Yeah.
That makes no sense.
For now, and she gets a little bit more. She gets a little bit more practice these next calls. I think she's going to run. Personally, I think she's going to run. I think she has a good chance.
I think she will too. But like, what's your point with this? Like, if you like her,
I was just trying to tell you, I'm not fully so committed to the right where I'm like crazy right. Like you wouldn't tell me one Republican you like.
Name one Republican that is likable.
Oh wow! See, I'm just
genuinely, I don't know. Why does this keep
I'm just saying. I think Whitmer's doing a good job.
Okay, well, you think Whitmer's doing a good job, but like you specifically couldn't name the distinction.
I did. I told you two reasons specifically that helped me. Is and she's doing good on the roads. She's done lots of construction on the roads. She passed laws in the Upper Peninsula where you can't do Airbnbs because local residents.
But again,
were
none
getting
of these
tired
policies are distinct from what Kamala Harris would do. So it's like you're not naming anything distinct. Like everything that you bring up with specifically Whitmer is also going to be applicable to Kamala Harris in terms of the things that you like. So I don't know why.
I kind of like how Whitmer kind of rolls okay with Trump, to be honest with you. She ain't fighting with Trump.
That's not true. You think
I haven't seen
Whitmer is not
anything-
fighting with Trump?
I think they get along well.
I don't think that they do. There's no good reason to believe that.
I haven't seen them go at each other.
She definitely does. I mean, we could probably go to her socials right now, and we're going to see some anti-Trump stuff. No, I would put money on that. You want to bet?
No, I think in the beginning they were going at, but it's been quiet with her.
No, recently.
Recently, something happened. I
Yes.
might have missed it.
Recently, I bet if we could go onto her socials and find stuff that's anti-Trump. Do you want to take that bet?
Well, I'd like to learn them. I mean, if you bring them up.
Would you like to take that bet?
I'll take the bet. Let's see.
How much?
Give me a friend. I don't know. I don't have any money on my account.
So then why do you support Trump, dude? What?
I'll send you a gift.
No. If you don't have any money, I don't want you to do that. I'm.
I mean, I don't have it on my account, on my TikTok.
Okay, well, the idea is that she literally just recently talked about this, right? You can literally look up Gretchen Whitmer social media, and you'll literally see on her social media that she's calling out Donald Trump.
I'll check it out later. Check it out later.
Okay.
I'll check it out.
Alrighty. So
other than that, I don't have any more arguments with you, my man. I just I think we had a good conversation.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you, sir.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen and we'll help get it out to more people. I have a few people to thank real quick. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And if you're on YouTube, by the way, hit that thumbs up. It helps get it out to more people. I think we have like 1,600 likes right now. There's 3,500 people in the stream. Well, let's run that shit up. And if you're on TikTok, this is my girlfriend's account, so you can follow me here, but I would recommend to go over to the YouTube and subscribe to me there. I would really, really, really appreciate it. I would really appreciate it. Iris, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Alina, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Alina. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Coral again with the $50. Coral's going crazy. Thank you so much, Coral. I appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Coral as well. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Coral. Thank you. Thank you. And Karis, thank you so much for the $50 as well on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some W's for Karis in the comment section right now? That is so kind of you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope that you have a better night. I'm so sorry that you've had a bad night. I hope it's better because of the stream. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Karis in the comment section right now? Amanda with the $10. Thank you very much. Coral as well. Thank you for the $5 twice. Thank you so much. And Andrew, thank you for the $5. I know visually from Michigan is diabolical, right? And then Adam with the $66.60 from the DNC Loyal Demon. Holy shit. Can we get some W's for Adam in the comment section right now? For the DNC Loyal Demon, thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. By the way, everyone, we are currently banned on my main account right now. We should get it back by tomorrow, everybody. On my main account on TikTok. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40 years old.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, of course I support Donald Trump. I talked to you before.
Oh, well, I appreciate you coming up. I am just looking for people who have not been on the stream before, but I appreciate you very much. Joanne, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 from Soros. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2005.
And what month?
June.
And you said you're how old again?
20.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Global peace and obviously the border.
Okay. What makes you think that he's bringing global peace?
He's ended, is it 6 or 7 wars now?
Oh, can you name them?
Yes, we got the one in Thailand and Cambodia, India and Pakistan, the recent one with Israel and Iran. Would you like me to keep going?
What else? Those are only 3.
Yeah, Serbia and Kosovo. I may be botching that name, but Rwanda and the DRC, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, whatever that is.
What else?
Did I already say Thailand and Cambodia? I think so. India and Pakistan. I think I named them all.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a few things real quick. India and Pakistan both did not indicate that he was the reason why that happened. Israel and Iran. Israel literally and Iran were in conflict because we bombed them first. So you can't say that like the war that he started is also something that he's going to get credit for ending. That's incoherent. And then specifically with the DRC, like we could point to the fact that like that's like actually not him ending the conflict at all. That's just him taking account or taking like responsibility for it when he didn't really do anything other than try to get mineral rights. He didn't do anything to end Egypt and Ethiopia. I never saw anything about that. What did he do to end Serbia and Kosovo? And then Thailand and Cambodia. What did he do for that?
Well, let's just start with Rwanda and the DRC. That peace deal was mediated with the United States and Qatar in Washington.
Yeah, but like, what did Trump do to cause that to happen?
He mediated.
So he was just there?
Discussion. I mean, he hosted it.
So he was
He
just
obviously
there.
played a part of it. I mean, do you have people come over to your house and mediate conflicts and not do anything, not say anything? You just have them there?
I mean, that can happen, yeah.
Do you think that's what happened?
I'm not sure. And I'm not going to, think so that like Trump caused this without any reason. Was it indicated by both sides that Trump is the reason for it happening?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Um,
So I guess why would we say that he's the peacemaker when we can point to explicit circumstances where he's violated international law, bombing boats of people off of Venezuela specifically, right, where there was no evidence that they were drug boats? And even if they were, why wouldn't we just detain them in U.S. waters?
I think that kind of just goes back to his no BS, ideology, I reckon.
I mean, do you think it's okay to bomb drug dealers? Like, if you think that there's a possible drug dealer in a certain area, it's okay to just drone strike them?
Case by case, possibly, but...
Case by case. So in what cases would you say that's acceptable?
If there's a dangerous threat.
What's the dangerous threat?
Like if... The one that you're referring to, this isn't the case, but like if there's a 50 cal on the bow of the boat, like...
There was no evidence of guns?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This case
No
was
evidence of
not.
drugs, so what was the reason?
I'm not exactly sure what led them to do that, but...
Okay. So then, given the information you have right now, even if they did have those things that you just brought up, why would it be the case that you would bomb them? Why wouldn't you just detain them once they get to U.S. waters?
Do you think it's safe to try to detain someone who...
Yes.
Yeah, you think so?
Yes, I think that's what you should do. That's what we've done under every other presidency.
How does that work logistically?
When they get into U.S. waters, you detain them.
How?
You send the police to the area that they're about to land on because you already have a drone following them.
And those police are going to be what, like guinea pigs, basically? They're walking into what? Well, I mean, what are they walking into?
Well, we have a drone on them. The Coast Guard, actually. Yeah, actually the Coast Guard. I take that back.
Okay. Possibly. I'm not exactly...
The Coast Guard, well, they do their job. No way.
Yeah.
The Coast Guard would do their job.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I guess.
So what's confusing about that?
It just seems a little dangerous for...
That's why they signed up for the Coast Guard.
Yeah. I guess.
So what's your point?
That I don't know. You brought this up. What's your point? That they shouldn't have been bombed.
Yeah, that's definitely pro-war. That's not developing peace.
Okay.
Do you think that's good for peace? Do you think bombing Iran is good for peace?
Do you think Iran should have nuclear facilities?
Well, we had an agreement with them specifically to surveil those, but Trump pulled out of that agreement.
Okay, so You didn't answer the question. Do you think Iran should have nuclear facilities?
Well, I would prefer neither Iran or Israel have nuclear facilities.
Okay, so we agree.
But we already had an agreement that was doing that without violence, and it is the case that Trump pulled us out of that agreement and caused this set of circumstances to occur.
Was that the only part of the agreement, was that they wouldn't have nuclear facilities? Or was there other things attached to that agreement?
We got rid of specifically sanctions that we had on them in order to be able to sign the agreement.
Okay, so were there other things attached to that agreement that Trump did not want in place?
Not that he mentioned, no.
Okay. So it was just that they couldn't have nuclear facilities, and so he pulled out of that.
And the other thing I said, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to.
Okay, so then how is Trump better for peace? And if you don't have an argument for that, what's the reason why you support Trump?
Well, the wars that he has played a part in ending, that was the main point.
But like we went through those, you didn't really have any specifics for like the ones he specifically ended. And some of them that you brought up were things that he started, like he bombed Iran.
Okay, what about the India and Pakistan?
Both sides did not say that he specifically was the cause of that.
So do you think that he played a role in ending any wars?
He maybe has, but it's not like something that another candidate in office wouldn't have done.
Okay, and how many?
I think him comparative to Harris has caused more conflict.
Okay,
Harris would have caused less conflict.
How many wars did the Biden-Harris administration end?
I would have to look back. I'm not quite positive.
Okay. And how many wars started under the Biden-Harris administration?
None started by the Biden-Harris administration.
It started during. Not by.
I don't know how many started during, but none were caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, and
do you know how many wars started during Trump? Obviously, I think that would be an answer or a question neither of us could answer.
During his first term, there were no new wars, no new major wars. Well,
I mean, literally, he pulled troops out of Kurdistan, which led to the Turkish-Kurdish war.
When did that start?
When he pulled troops out of Kurdistan.
That started immediately?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what do you think Kamala Harris would have done differently that would lead to more peace?
Yeah, she actually advocated for a ceasefire, whereas like Trump was advocating to quote unquote finish the job. I can give you other circumstances, like she wouldn't have bombed Iran. She wouldn't have bombed the fishermen off the coast of Venezuela.
And you know that for certain?
Yeah.
Okay, how? What evidence do you have that she wouldn't have done the same thing?
She said it.
Does she know what the Department of Defense knows as far as
War now? Department of War, actually get it right?
Yeah, okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Do you think she knew the context of every situation?
I have a question. Have I talked to you before?
No.
Okay. Do I think she knew the context?
Yeah.
Yes. What's your point?
I think that there's a lot of things that go under the Department of War that nobody knows about, because for I guess privacy reasons, or security reasons, that have led to the actions. Oh, am I good? The actions that have taken place.
All right. Is there anything else you want to bring up? Because I've already responded to this point.
Yeah, we can talk about the economy if you'd like.
Okay.
the cost of groceries has gone down during this administration.
They've gone up.
So what's the global average for I don't know,
Why would we
a
look at
dozen
the
eggs?
global average?
Or not the global, sorry, the national average for like milk.
The point
or
is that it's
eggs.
gone up according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Like
Since
right
Trump has
now.
got in office, groceries are more expensive. That's a fact.
Where?
Across the entire nation.
Okay, because right now I'm looking at the statistics saying
Yes,
that
and the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicates that prices have gone up. Deidre, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Hey, do you have a different account on TikTok you're going live on? Right now I'm on my girlfriend's, but tomorrow I should be back on my main account.
in March 2025, the price was $6.23 per dozen of eggs. Currently in August, or not currently, but in August 2025, the average price in the United States was about $3.59.
Where are you reading this? And also, you understand that you're probably talking about bird flu. Also, I didn't hear the particular
Bird
time.
flu?
I'm talking about since Trump left office. There was bird flu, right? Meaning we had to kill a bunch of chickens.
Okay, yeah, this is in January it was $4.95. In March it was $6.23. That was coming from the tariffs. I'm
Wait,
sure
so,
it was.
so prices have gone up.
And then in August it was $3.59.
What was it
So-
in September?
September of last year.
No, this year.
I'm not sure.
Okay, what are you looking at?
ChatGPT.
Okay. Parker review ChatGPT again.
Yes, always.
Alrighty. Super fun.
We can also go to gas if you would like. But
Let's take a look at U.S. gas prices, or not gas. Gas prices have gone up already. You can look at the Energy Information Administration. Do you have any points? Any other points?
I thought you were looking at something. Sorry. Also, Willie Brown did say that he appointed Kamala Harris to two positions of power while they were in their relationship. So.
What did he say? What positions of
He
power?
said, let's see here. It was the California Unemployment Insurance Appeals Board and the California Medical Assistance Commission.
Yeah. So, well, let's say this: were they in a relationship when that happened?
Yes.
They were in a relationship. So you're saying
Yes.
what
He
years were they
acknowledged that.
what years were they in a relationship when that happened?
It was in the 1990s. I'm not exactly sure what years.
Where did you read this from?
and he acknowledged that during that time he appointed her to two state commissions, and they were both legitimate. He did say that she got all of her higher positions on her own, but there's no
Okay, if she
there's no
was
degree.
if she was offered higher positions on her own, and it was the case that she decided to go into the certain positions because she was in a relationship with him, how is that her sleeping her way to the top? Wouldn't that be her sleeping her way into a lesser position?
No, so she got those positions first, and then obviously those positions go on her resume, which leads to
No. You said that she,
attaining.
in that context, got better offers. So you just said.
After the relationship, like after she went through those two jobs, she then ran for.
Where are you getting all this information from?
She ran as the district attorney of San Francisco in 2003, and won that election on her own. But in the 90s, she was appointed to those two commissions.
Okay, so if she won that on her own, how did she sleep her way to the top? That makes no sense.
Because what goes on her resume whenever she's going to run for these positions?
Okay,
The things that
her
she's
being
done
in a
in the past.
job doesn't mean that that's like saying anyone who was in a relationship that specifically through that relationship through the connections that they had, got into a particular position means that they slept their way to the top? That makes no sense. That's incoherent.
Okay. So she was in a relationship with this guy.
And I'm pretty sure
her.
that those particular things are not the reason why she got elected.
No, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of different things. A lot of
Okay,
different
so then
things.
it's not that she slept her way to the top.
I don't think she did that full fledged. I think it played a part.
Okay, so she didn't sleep her way to the top. You would, if this same thing were true, specifically about a man, you would not believe that he slept his way to the top.
Of course, I would. I just don't know of any men.
Name a
who-
single man in the
I
history
don't-
of all men that you think slept their way to the top.
I don't know one off the top of my head. Do you?
No, exactly. So what's specifically the reason why this is only applied to women but never applied to men?
I don't think it's applied to all women. I think it's only applied to. I mean, I don't know
but
any other.
It's
women
only
who
applied
have-
to women, but it's never applied to men.
I don't know of any other women that this applies to. Like, this is the only person that I know that this applies to politically.
Yeah, but this is specifically something that people apply to Kamala Harris only because she's a woman. I'm saying it's not. I'm not saying it's applied to every woman. I'm saying it's only applied to women. It's never applied to men. And by the way, say this was true. Say she did sleep her way to the top. Why would you blame her for a culture and a society created by men where she would have to engage in that particular action to be able to get into a position of power? Why would you blame her? That makes no sense. Why wouldn't you blame the men for specifically engaging in such exploitative practices?
So by that standard, people who live in a culture that involves heavy gang violence, they shouldn't be held accountable either. It should be the culture, because it's like what?
Repeat
That doesn't
my
even make
argument.
sense. You said, why is it only applied to women, right?
That's all I said?
No, you said you said something about I don't even remember now.
Mm-hmm.
What did you say?
I'll play it back for you. I got you. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. It's playing back. The action to be able to get into a position of power. Why would you blame her? That makes no sense.
Okay, yeah. So
Why wouldn't you blame the men for specifically engaging in such exploitative practices?
So I mean, I guess I agree with you in a sense, but like, you don't have to bend your knee to the culture. You can stand against culture.
What are you saying? Right?
You're
Are
saying
so you're
that-
saying
that we
so
should-
you're blaming women for trying to get into positions of power?
No,
Or doing what they need
I
to
don't-
do to get into positions of power within the society that exists?
I'm not blaming women. I'm blaming Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris is a woman. So you're blaming a woman for an issue caused by men and for exploitative practices caused by men.
Why do you think that's okay? So it has nothing to do with the fact that she's a woman. If it was a man, it would be the same thing. If it was a man that was engaging in sexual relations with another man to gain political power, I would be saying the exact same thing.
You'd say it's their fault?
Yes,
Why?
because you have no character. You have no you have no confidence in your own abilities that you have to resort to using your body to get positions of power.
So again, you're saying that rather than realizing that in the context of a society, say that this was necessary for people to get into positions of power. It's a society where women are not allowed into positions of power. You know that, right? So it's really, really hard, if not impossible, in that specifically you're not allowed to get in that position unless this happens. So that's an
So do you
exploitative
think-
practice created by the men that are in those positions of power. not an issue on behalf of the specific person that would be a victim of that. You're blaming the victim instead of blaming the perpetuators of these actions, along with the fact that, again, there's no evidence that she did this, right?
She was in a relationship with, they dated, like
Being
they were
in
dating.
a relationship does not mean you slept your way to the top. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's not my claim. I'm just saying that her relationship.
Okay, then
not
if you
her
agree,
sleeping with him.
that she didn't sleep her way to the top, what the fuck are we talking about? What's the point? Why did you bring this up? Why did you start talking about this?
Because it did, her relationship with Willie Brown did play a role in her getting to the place that she was.
You admitted that she would have got to that position even if it wasn't the case that she had those specific jobs.
I mean, I don't know
It
that for a
wasn't the
fact.
reason
I know
she
that
was
it
elected.
played a part. It played a part.
That's like saying the relationships I had in my past played a part to the reason why I'm here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Every relationship that you.
Does that mean I slept my way to the top? You fucking
No,
idiot.
absolutely.
Okay, so then
Okay.
why is this only applied to Kamala Harris?
I don't think it. I don't. I mean, it's only
My
applied to Kamala
relationships,
Harris.
the people I slept with in the past, played a role into the reason why I'm doing good right now. Therefore, Parker got a job, slept his way to the top. Come on, bro.
I guess. I mean,
there's someone in the comment section that said, "Be honest, Parker. You're paying him for content. He can't be real." Genuinely, you sound so stupid that someone said that in the comment section.
I guess.
Hold on, let me ask them. Let's ask Simon. Simon,
Okay.
do you actually think that they're fake?
No, I'm just joking.
I was about to say, like,
oh man, that one backfired. It's okay.
what do you mean it backfired? I was just
He
checking
was just
to see if
joking.
they were trolling.
He was just joking.
Okay, and Madeline, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Madeline. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Why does this keep cutting out? What the hell? What the fuck is going on with my camera? Like, it doesn't do this any other day. Mellow, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you. Lydia, thank you for the $35. Thank you so much. Good some W's for Lydia in the comment section right now, as well as Nancy. Thank you for the $7.77. All right, you have
Also,
anything else you
another
want to say?
thing. Yeah, another thing that you said about the left being or the right being. Do you feel that the left is more violent, less violent, or about the same as the right?
Less violent.
So do you think that, could you give me examples of how the right is more violent than the left?
FBI and USCIS data indicates literally that the right is proportionally more violent.
Okay. I guess. I don't know. I don't really care to fact check that. I'm just talking about more of like I guess what I see, maybe. It may be just what I see. But it looks like, from my perspective, that the left is way more violent.
Why?
Because the right, the only circumstance that I've heard of them being violent was January 6th, which was a...
Do you want me to give you other examples? A MAGA
Sure.
individual murdered the Hortmans, right? A Democratic congressperson. A MAGA individual beat Paul Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi's husband, right, with a hammer.
Okay.
I can give other examples. These are not the only examples.
Okay. And so you think that the right is more violent because of that? Because of
Not just because of those
the things
particular
that you're...
circumstances, but because of the FBI data and statistics indicating it to be true.
Okay. I guess I'll have to do more research on that. I think that is everything. Is there any...
Okay, for sure. Let's go on the next person. Last person for today, everybody. One more person that I'm getting off for today, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's seriously try to get to 3,000 likes, everybody. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. I know we're a bit far away, but if we all work together, we can do it on YouTube. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Tara, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you. John, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I definitely will. Megan, thank you for the $1. Thank you. I'll have to see. Thank you so much for the Galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on the next person. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Soul, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's go on to the last person here for today, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Someone said, what's your YouTube called? It's Parker Get a Job. You can just look up Parker Get a Job on YouTube, and I should pop up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Chat, what are the odds the next person I add up on the stream thinks I'm paid by the DNC and that I don't have a real job? What are the odds, chat? What are the odds? David, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. What are the odds, chat? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 37.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why so?
I think you're paid by the DNC.
You're trolling, no way. You're trolling.
Hey, good luck to you. Love the fucking stream, brother. Love it.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. That's so funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Sponsored by Antifa is crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Let's go to the next person, everyone. Last person for the stream, everybody. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everybody. It would really, really, really mean the world. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
34. What's up, Parker?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I'm 34. Sure.
Okay, I think they have too much lag. Let's go on to the next person real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request, again, if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Do only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria, again, listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you! I love you!
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
Say it again?
What's your birth year?
2003, October 12th.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
And why is that?
Because, and I've thought about this many, many, many times. There are some, like, and I see most people coming up here talking about one single issue, and I've come to the conclusion very, very recently, especially looking at both sides a lot. I've been on like a dark side of politics because of everything that happened after Charlie Kirk, and I've been kind of looking at both sides and what I see that's awful on both sides instead of what I see that's good. And I think overall, many, many, many politicians are bad. And I think that there's really not a lot that we can do to uncover that. Obviously, there's some things that they don't give a shit to cover up themselves. But I think from what I've seen from people that I'm close to and people just generally, not even just in the media, just people in general in my daily life, I think Trump supporters are a lot more sane. I think Trump supporters make a lot more sense to me. I think that overall they have better values, and I think they want to work towards something greater instead of just thinking about, hey, how can I make life better for me? Does that make sense?
There's no way you just... I'm sorry, what? You think Trump supporters overall have better values and they think more about what's going to benefit others than themselves?
From what I've seen in my daily life and not what is spread all over the media, demonizing both sides, yes, obviously tons of stuff is spread to make liberals and Democrats look awful, and tons of stuff is spread to make MAGA look awful. But I just think from personal experience and what I've seen, listen, I have lots of friends that are on the other side. And I have lots of people from that side that I know that are really, really great people. But I think overall, I can't agree with a lot that they agree with.
Okay, let's go through this. So, I mean, I talk to Trump supporters every single day for hours and hours and hours every single day. I think it's really ridiculous for you to say that because of the amount of people that I talk to that are Trump supporters, and specifically the different types of views that they have for why they support Donald Trump. It's oftentimes, it's going to benefit me. It's to help me. I don't care that it harms other people. It benefits me. That's like oftentimes a huge amount of the reasons why I hear why people support Donald Trump. And then better values. I mean, Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms while he would barge in. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said his daughter has always been voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. He said he had Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. He said he had sex in common with his daughter. Said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. His big, beautiful bill cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast.
Yeah, I know Trump is... Okay, not to cut you off, but I'm not saying Trump is an angel. I'm not saying that I agree with everything Trump does. I literally just said all politicians are pretty much bad in my eyes. I think that they're bought and paid for. And I think Trump's the exact same way, which, I mean, that would get me a lot of hate from his supporters too. But overall, I think the people that support him are a lot. I mean, you instantly couldn't list a single thing about how awful we are. You just listed a bunch of things that are awful about what he is. And I get that, but...
I mean, I can mention a whole lot of what's awful about Trump supporters. But that's not what my goal is. My goal when convincing a Trump supporter is not to mention every single thing that's bad that's been on my life that's happened from Trump supporters. A lot of Trump supporters are incredibly misinformed and ignorant. A lot of Trump supporters are hateful and bigoted. Right? A lot of Trump supporters...
A lot of Democrat voters are very, very ignorant too. It's just the ones that you don't see. Think about it. How many people come into this live walking up to the podium and just screaming the N-word into the mic and leaving?
That's the Trump voter base.
You know, you can't just say it's automatically the Trump voter base. It's the people that aren't willing to sit down and have a conversation. It's those type of people. And the fact that you have to cycle through 9 people and the last person that you were able to have a decent conversation with typed every word that you said into ChatGPT, there's not a lot of people that are willing to sit down and have a conversation, but they still get a vote just as powerful as yours. How do you feel about that?
Well, that's a lot of Trump supporters. That's what I mean. Like,
but it's also a lot of...
I mean,
it's also a lot of Democrats.
Disproportionately, Democrats are more educated.
I don't agree with that.
It's fact.
I see lots of people
the
that
facts might hurt your
instantly
feelings,
just.
but they're still facts.
I see lots of people that instantly would just vote Democrat because of all of that you said about Trump himself. Like they don't look at like general beliefs. They just hear
People
what you
who
said.
tend
And,
to
oh
be
my
more
God.
people who tend to have more education.
People who tend to have more education.
Yes.
I don't think that that's always the case. I think there's lots of
On
people
average,
in
it
inner
is.
cities. There's lots of people in inner cities that see what's benefiting them. For one, I guess one thing I can bring up is, I guess not just specifically EBT. Let's just say EBT. I think EBT is a horrible system.
Can we just acknowledge that it is true that people who have higher rates of education vote Democrat? That's just true.
I don't know if that's true.
It is,
but
it's a fact. That's why Trump supporters always try to say that college is a scam and that colleges are just indoctrinating our youth.
I feel like college definitely can be a scam depending on why you're going. I feel like that's not the point. I guess Charlie Kirk used to say that a lot. That's not exactly the point that he's making. Like, obviously, if you're going to school to be like a lawyer or something, obviously it's not a scam. That's very, very clear.
He could have used it on economics.
Okay, well, if you're going to learn about gender studies, what are you going to do with that? Or if you're going to like be some random dude to just fill in the blank.
Wait. For example, I learned about gender studies. I took gender studies.
Okay, what did you learn about?
What did I learn about? I learned about specifically the history of the patriarchy, right? I learned about intersectional feminism. I learned about leaders historically of different movements that were relative to the fight for women's rights. Right?
Okay, and what job are you going to use that in?
The one I'm currently doing right now.
Do you need a college degree for the job you're currently doing right now, or could you have learned all that information by your own?
No, but it's significantly more helpful.
Okay, but that is what they meant by college is a scam. That's my whole point. It was not that college is directly a scam.
That is idiotic to say that just because it is the case that just because
I'm in college.
Yeah,
I'm in college. I clearly don't think it's completely a scam.
You know why that's
idiotic?
idiotic?
I also think that
you know why
you can get an education without $20K a year.
Okay, I don't know what your point is with that. What's your point?
That's what they meant. They don't believe, okay, all college is a scam. They believe you can get an education without spending $20,000 a year. That's what they believe. It's not, and I agree. They are very, very, very blunt about how they say it, but that is definitely
on average.
That's just an attention getter. That's just an attention getter.
On average, you'll make less. And two, not every single specific job that you benefit from in terms of college actually shows up in terms of the earnings. Like, for example, my degree isn't specifically for content creation, but it's extremely helpful in content creation, specifically in the field that I work in, because I talk about economics all the time and I debate about it all the time. And it was very useful in the conversation against Charlie Kirk because he didn't even know what fucking real median wages were. He didn't know real median wages was accounting for inflation. Like, dude, if he went to college, if he didn't drop out, then he would have been better off if he actually got a degree in economics and he actually listened, because he did not learn it when he specifically was educating himself. Because else he would have known it in the conversation that I had with him, but he didn't. So if you can learn all of these things without going through the education, why didn't
That's
he?
very, very relative. That's
What's
very,
that?
very relative. Yes, he might have known that like one point that he did not understand, but I don't know.
I'm sorry.
Better
that's
off is a very,
basic
very,
thing.
very broad explanation.
No, that's very basic. Not knowing what real median wages are is very, very, very ridiculous for him to be in that position and not know that at all. To not know that real median wages is just accounting for inflation. Like, seriously, like that means you've done practically no research. Like, you could have searched it up yourself and you would have found that out. He did practically no research. So again, saying college is a scam and doing no research is not like a benefit to anyone. It's harming people. It's putting people in worse conditions, because on average, if they do not get a college degree, they will on average make less. That is a fact.
Okay. I guess the other point I was going to go to is I currently think EBT in our country, the way that it is given out in this whole system, is a joke. That's one thing. And I mean, do you know how many hours do you have to work a week to qualify for EBT without a disability?
I'm sorry, if your issue is specifically people getting food stamps, when we have in this country right now, people getting massive tax loopholes, tax breaks, who are millionaires and billionaires, right, and they're paying a lower effective tax rate than working class individuals, I'm sorry, what reality are you living in? Like, genuinely,
I think
like,
that we are
that's such a
wasting
small
lots and
portion
lots
of
of
the
money
budget.
on people that don't technically need it. I know people.
Why don't we talk about
personally
all
that
the
have
money
it that
we
don't
spend
need
on
it.
massive subsidies for big businesses, or the massive subsidies for fossil fuel companies? Why don't we talk about any of the specific tax breaks that we're giving to millionaires and billionaires? The extra debt that Trump's signing into law.
How are we giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires?
The big beautiful bill.
I mean, these people have earned the position they're in, though.
What do you mean?
Millionaires and billionaires. Why are
And
they
I think
millionaires
every
and billionaires?
person, I think every person. Hold up, 1 second. I gotta bring this back. I think every person, for being a person, right, has earned themselves access to food, access to water, access to healthcare, right, access to housing. I believe those are human rights.
So
you cut out.
I'm sorry. I
Romy,
got
thank
called
you for the
bad. I got-
$50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Romy, for the $50 for the new camera fund. I'm sorry. I don't know why the camera's doing this. Thank you so much for the $50 for the new camera fund. As you say that, it cuts out. Oh my gosh. This is brutal, chat. This is brutal. I'm sorry. I don't know why it's doing this. It's probably overheating.
Okay, my bad. I don't think the system has anything to do with millionaires and billionaires, and I think that the way the current EBT system is set up right now promotes people not working. I think that that's the biggest issue with it.
I think if
because
you want
20
to,
hours a week is the only required.
I think if you want to promote people to work, that you should do that by other means other than saying that they should not eat. Like, you can incentivize people to work through other means. Everyone should eat regardless of whether or not they do. And especially children.
If somebody only needs to work 20 hours a week.
in the big beautiful bill, 420,000 children will be cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. Do you think children should have to work?
Children, no.
So then why are you okay with them being cut off of free school lunch and breakfast and starving to a greater extent?
Because there's lots of people. Okay, what exactly are they doing right now that is going to cut off free school lunch and breakfast? And I'm going to move on.
The Congressional Budget
I feel like
Office
the biggest issue is there is tons of people right now receiving free lunch and breakfast that do not currently need free lunch and
The
breakfast.
kids? You don't think the kids don't need the breakfast and lunch?
I didn't get the breakfast and lunch. I didn't qualify for the breakfast and lunch.
But these kids do qualify.
Okay.
And you're
Why
saying
did they
you wanna
qualify?
and you're saying you want to change the qualifications so that they do not qualify.
There are lots of people that qualify because their income is not written in on taxes, and I know so many examples of this. Their
you
parents'
think
income
because
is
their
not
parents,
written.
So you think their parents, because they specifically don't meet that 20 hours a week, that their kids should starve to a greater extent in the school systems?
You think they're going to starve?
Yes, literally.
No, I think their parents should pay for them to eat a fucking lunch.
And I'm sorry, the reality of the matter is that plenty of the children that are being cut off of this rely on the food at school in terms of breakfast and lunch. And if you cut them off of that, they will be hungry to a greater extent. And I am not.
I do not believe that. I believe that it's such a tiny percent.
Oh, you say it's a tiny percent? It's a tiny percent of our overall funding, yet you feel like going after that rather than going after the massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires in the big beautiful bill. After overcutting the military budget, that's over $900 billion a year. You care so much about the very small portion that you're going to get back on the extra funding going into the context of providing people access to food, rather than all of the massive funding that goes into all of these other programs that's unnecessary.
Are you done now?
What do you mean, am I done now?
I'm asking if you're done speaking now.
Obviously I was. That was clearly like you were just trying to be a dick.
My bad. I just know firsthand, I grew up in a school of pretty much, and I really don't even know if I can name more than 5 children that I did not see eating free lunch in this school. And every single one of these kids literally just newest iPhone, all Nike shit, all fucking Adidas or whatever shit that I was told not to waste my money on as a kid. And apparently we qualified for things that, I mean, they qualified for things that we didn't because we are better off than them. I really just, it's something's not lining up here. It just does not make sense.
You're just mad that you didn't get free school lunch and breakfast? How about we all make all lunch free for children?
That's just tons of money that's socialism. That you're describing socialism.
Feeding children, yes. If feeding children equals socialism, then I'm okay with socialism. But that's not socialism. Socialism is when the workers control the means of production. If feeding children is socialism, then socialism is not that bad of a thing.
Socialism is that bad of a thing. It is also another thing that promotes people not to work.
Can you define socialism?
Socialism is government funding upon. I mean, I guess.
Well, then you support.
I can't give you a direct.
Well, then you support socialism and ICE. Then you support socialism for the rich. You support socialism for massive corporations because you want to give them massive tax breaks. You want to give them massive subsidies. You want to give them massive tax incentives, right? That's specifically money being used for those big corporations and for the rich. So you're for socialism for the rich and rugged individualism for the poor.
How are they getting these tax breaks?
Through the big, beautiful bill.
Okay, and what does that do? I'm not educated on that. I want to know.
It decreases income tax, which predominantly the revenue comes from the top 1%.
Why does it do that?
Because we set up income tax to be progressive.
Okay, so it decreases. They get tax cuts in return for. I know it's definitely in return for something. Nothing is free in this world, and I know that. I know that obviously where the money is, people are going to get breaks. That's just kind of naturally how things happen. Am I saying it's right? No, but I guess Elon Musk, for example, is he ever going to struggle? No. It's just, and I know that I guess he shouldn't be getting.
So comparing the two candidates, Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Donald Trump's tax policy would increase taxes for income earners under $400,000 a year, right? Kamala Harris would specifically only increase taxes on income earners over $400,000 a year. And for income earners under $400,000 a year, they would receive less taxes than they would pay less in taxes than specifically under Trump's administration because Trump is imposing tariffs that have a regressive negative impact on low and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
Okay, I think it's the ugly truth, but I think the biggest, I guess what I was referring to socialism, I think the very, very biggest, we stray away from government funded things is good. I really, really think it's good. And I guess when you're talking about tax cuts for very, very specific people.
So we should stop funding ICE because that's socialism, right?
What are we spending more money on, ICE or EBT?
We're spending more money on ICE.
We are spending more money on ICE than we are giving away in EBT. I don't believe that. I want to see.
Then we are changing in how much we're giving away in EBT. Yeah.
Oh, then we're changing.
Yeah, that would be.
What about before?
The point that's relevant.
What about before? No shit. That what we're changing. I think it should be changing. That's what I'm for.
Wait, no, how much
if that's
we're
what's
changing
happening
in revenue in terms of increasing ICE spending is more than the amount we're saving from cutting Medicaid and food stamps.
I would like to see that.
Yeah, you could see $137 billion over the next 5 years into ICE.
Plus, on top of that, ICE getting people out of this country that do not belong in this country is also saving this country money overall. Is also provided because these are also people that are not paying
ICE
taxes.
is not saving us money. ICE costs us even more money because deporting people costs us more money. We lose out on money when you
deporting people costs money, but people not paying taxes and living here also costs us money.
Yes, and they would pay more taxes if you provide them legal pathway to citizenship.
Okay, and how do you propose we do that?
Providing them a legal pathway. That's all we have to do.
You don't think that there is a legal pathway?
No, there's not a legal pathway where they can stay in the country. There's a legal.
There's
pathway
definitely a legal pathway
that
they can stay in the country.
They don't.
It's just a process.
No, they have to leave the country, right? And it takes on average years to get into the country, plus thousands of
you're
dollars.
talking about people that have already committed the crime that we told them not to, and then they have to go back and do it the right way.
Well, you don't care about
My bad.
committing crimes. One, you're on an illegal app that's currently not being enforced to be illegal by the Trump administration. Two, you voted for a convicted criminal who pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th and called them patriots. Right? So then why the fuck are you going to talk about undocumented immigrants committing a misdemeanor when you don't give a shit about the felonies from the president of the United States?
I'm not one of the people that is going to come in here and tell you every single immigrant is a criminal, but it's harder to catch these people when they do commit crimes. And on top of that, just being here in general and making untaxed money is a crime that costs our country millions of dollars.
Yeah, undocumented immigrants paid over $100 billion in taxes in 2022. If you want them to pay more taxes, you'll provide them a pathway to citizenship.
Okay, but I don't think they should have a pathway to citizenship once they're here.
Yeah, because you don't care about them paying taxes or not. You just want to kick them out of the country for no reason.
Because I don't think immigration in this day and age, just mass immigration over a short period of time is good for our country in general.
Okay, what's wrong with it?
I think we have enough people. I think that giving out more free things to tons and tons and tons of people is not a good thing. Because these are automatically going to be people that are not doing so well, right?
What makes you think we're giving out free things? Because actually, if people come to our country and immigrate here, they pay more in tax revenue than they take out. And then secondly, you say we have quote unquote enough people. What's our population?
I don't know.
So you say that we have too many people, we have enough people, yet you don't even know our population?
I can observe that plenty of these people are moving into inner cities that are already extremely overpopulated.
I'm sorry, I don't think you observe the entire United States. I don't think based upon observation you'd be able to make a determination as such.
I live in Michigan. I can observe that.
Yeah, living in Michigan doesn't tell you how the entire country is doing in terms of immigration.
I mean, the Metro Detroit area is a good example.
Wait, repeat that?
I said the Metro Detroit area is a very good example.
I'm confused what your point is with that. That doesn't tell you specifically everything that's happening with immigration.
That I can see there are cities upon cities with like 90% of the population that doesn't even know how to speak the language.
I'm sorry, do you have an issue with that?
I do.
Why?
Because it makes things more difficult for them. It makes things more difficult for us. It makes things more difficult for everyone.
How?
You don't think them sitting at the counter of whatever job they're working and not even know how to do their job because they don't even know how to speak the English language
Wait, I'm
makes
sorry,
things
what do you mean
more
not
difficult?
knowing how to do their job? If they're in a community where 90% of people speak that language, then their job would probably be in that language, you fucking idiot.
This is America.
Okay, and there's no official language of America.
So I'm allowed to come to another... Really, there's no official language of America?
Yeah, there's no official language of America, yes.
I do not agree with that.
Well, what's the official designated language?
English.
It's not designated as the official language, one. And two, how can you how do you designate something, like at what point of the percentage of the population speaking it would you consider it a official language?
A majority?
A majority. So if a majority speaks
That's how it's always been.
So if a majority of people in the United States spoke Spanish, would you consider that also an official language?
No, because that wasn't what it was when the country started.
Okay, so now it's about what it was when the country started. Now, there are plenty of things that the country was a certain way when the country started. I don't think that you want them that way just because it was that way when the country started that way.
I mean, that's actually the argument that most people give me when they say that immigration is great. Oh, this country was founded on immigration.
Well, specifically, if you want to talk about immigration, right? Immigration is an important aspect of our culture. Now, to say that we're founded on it is actually a little bit incorrect because it is the case that we were founded on colonialism, right? Which is a little bit different than immigration. Now, immigration is an incredibly important aspect of our culture, right? So our culture is founded on immigration, but that is different from our country is founded on immigration, necessarily speaking, because colonialization is necessarily different.
I guess also this, now that we're talking about immigration, this is a very, very separate issue from EBT.
No, you brought up it was an issue for people to speak different languages. What's the issue with people speaking different languages? Are you just mad that you don't understand them? Are you just jealous that you didn't learn their language? How about you learn? How about you fucking educate yourself?
Why can't they learn? They're the one being invited into our country.
They don't have to learn. There's no obligation for either side to learn. If you want to speak,
then there's
to them,
no obligation to give them a job. Then there's no
yes,
obligation
there is.
to.
They're a U.S. citizen. Wait,
Just because you're okay, wait. Just because you're a
U.S.
U.S. citizen doesn't mean you're obligated to be given a job. Doesn't mean anyone has the obligation to give you a job.
Wait, no, but they're obligated specifically, we're as a society, we are. There is no limitation for them getting a job. Correct?
No.
Exactly. So then, what's your point?
They're not citizens.
They are citizens. We just told you they were citizens. There are people that are citizens
the
in the
people
United
that
States.
I am.
Wait, hold
Okay,
up.
the people that I am specifically talking about are not.
Do you know that there are U.S. citizens that don't know English?
Yes.
Okay, so U.S. citizens that don't know English, is that an issue?
I feel like they should learn English.
Why?
Because it kind of just is the language that is mostly used in our country.
But why should they learn it? They don't have to. It's not necessary.
Because life is more difficult for them if they don't.
Well, that's their choice to make, not yours.
Okay.
I think life would be easier for you if you learned Spanish. Would you? So then, you should learn Spanish then, right? Because life would be easier if you learned Spanish.
If I moved somewhere that was predominantly Spanish, yes.
But okay, well, no, I'm just saying that like 20% of people in the United States speak Spanish, so it would make your life easier if you spoke Spanish.
I feel like it wouldn't. I don't really go anywhere day to day that I would need to know Spanish. But
Someone who speaks a different language, couldn't they say that they don't go anywhere where they have to speak English, so they don't?
I guess, but it's overall not usually true.
Well, but if it's true for them, is it an issue?
No.
Okay, well then I don't know what your issue was with people being in communities in which they 90% don't speak English. It sounds like you just need to cope.
Because lots of those people are not legal.
Oh, why do you assume that they're not in the country legally? And how do you know that they're not, how do you know that they're in the country undocumented?
Because I assume that because I see these people paying for everything in 100% cash. It is a general statistic. It is a statistic.
So you see people paying for stuff in cash and you assume that they're an undocumented immigrant because they're paying for stuff in cash? Well, I go to the Elevation store all the time and I pay for stuff in cash. That doesn't make me an undocumented immigrant.
Let's focus on the statistic part. I feel like it's a statistic.
Wait, what statistic? Can you name the statistic?
Not the exact one, no.
Do you assume the same thing for people who speak German?
No.
So you're just a bigot. You don't assume it for people who are speaking German, but you assume it for
We
people
also
who are
don't
speaking
border
Spanish.
Germany. We also don't border Germany. So how would people?
What about if they're speaking
Germany
French?
illegally?
What about if they're speaking French?
We got off way far off of
No,
EPT.
I'm just asking,
I'm
what
nowhere
if
near
would you
educated enough
assume-
on this topic.
Would you assume that about them if they were speaking French?
No.
No, but French Canadians exist. French is often spoken in Canada, and that borders us.
Overall, do less people come from Canada to our country illegally? I'm asking you that. I'm asking you that question. now.
Actually, proportionally, most of the people who are coming to our country aren't from Mexico, so I don't know why you're assuming just Mexico.
I'm saying illegally. Overall, most people. It's what's most talked about. It clearly is true that most people coming to our country illegally are from Mexico.
No, that's actually not true. That's actually false.
Okay, then where? Then where?
Pew Research indicates that's false.
Okay, then what does... Where? I want to know.
Plenty of other different countries in Latin and South America. So that's the explanation. That's actually a majority of where people come from is other places in Latin America. They come from Europe. They come from China. They come from places all around the world. So Asia, Africa, Latin America.
Okay, illegally?
Europe. Yes.
So you're telling me the majority of people come from one of these countries
The
over
majority of
Mexico
people,
illegal.
the majority of people who are coming undocumented come from any of those other countries outside of the context of Mexico or Canada.
That's not how you use the word majority. Majority overall says one country.
There's no majority one country. So that's just that
Okay,
makes
my
no
bad.
sense.
Plurality. My bad. Plurality.
What do you mean by plurality?
I completely. Well, that's technically in statistics the word that you would use when focusing on one country. So if you say majority, if the majority of people were coming from Mexico, that would mean over 50% of the people coming to our country illegally were coming from Mexico. Sorry, I misspoke. But if I want to say the plurality of people are coming,
less than 50% of the people that come to the country undocumented are from Mexico.
okay, that's fine. But now I'm going to state that the plurality of people that come here illegally are from Mexico. So that would mean a percentage higher than any other country individually.
Repeat that, sorry?
I said that the plurality of people come from Mexico illegally.
What do you mean by
which
plurality
is-
when you're using the term?
Plurality is the highest percentage standing individually above any other. Because there is no other country on the face of this planet that they come from more than Mexico.
So
individually. Yes, you can say, oh, every country in the world added up together, that's actually more people than Mexico. No shit, because it's 17 fucking countries. Like, I don't know, what point are you trying to make with that? It's
No, what
so
point
you're
are you
saying
trying
that
to make by saying that Mexico is the highest percent of any other country?
because that is why I'm focusing on Mexico. When I'm talking about illegal immigrants, even though illegal immigration happens from other countries, that is isn't that what you were asking me? Why are you focusing on Mexico?
I don't understand, but that specifically doesn't make sense to say that would be like the.
I'm not even using a
it's
computer,
the
by
highest
the way.
percent out of any other country.
I guess since you're the one at a computer right now, can you tell me the percentage of people that come here illegally from Mexico in comparison to other countries?
I could try to find that, yeah.
Okay, I'll wait.
From 2021 to 2023, it's not like a high percent, but it is like the Mexico out of all the other countries does have like a greater amount of people.
So that is exactly why I am focusing on Mexico over any of these other countries. When you, I guess, when you bring up Canada, why aren't you? Because you just asked me, why aren't you focusing on Canada? Why aren't you asking all French people that are living here? For one, I don't even think I've
Why aren't
met
you
a
assuming
person
that because someone speaks French that it is the case that they because Mexico is not the only country where people speak Spanish.
Mexico is the country closest to us where people speak Spanish.
So
that's why I assume it's the most logical answer. Plus, that's literally all you see in the media. That's all anyone ever talks about. So obviously that is the biggest issue.
I'm confused with your.
That is what you're defending. So that is obviously the biggest issue.
What am I defending?
You're defending illegal immigration.
Yeah, like
of Mexicans specifically.
Not specifically just Mexicans, right? Of everyone who's coming to the country undocumented. If they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country.
I just don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think coming here is committing a crime. I don't believe if a crime is committed that, especially if
You're
are
using an illegal
like,
app right now. Like, what is this absolute virtue signaling? You're using an illegal app currently.
This is an illegal app?
Yes, it's currently banned by the federal government. It's just not being enforced by the Trump administration.
I don't believe that it's banned. I thought that was taken away.
It literally is. The TikTok ban was in place. It still is in place, and they currently are just trying to get a deal done.
Okay, that doesn't make it a crime then.
He is not enforcing the law. It is a crime. It is against the law. It is just not being enforced by the Trump administration. Then explain to me why he told his attorney general to not enforce the law on banning TikTok.
Okay, you're doing the exact same thing.
I agree, because I don't give a shit. It depends on whether or not the law is legitimate, has legitimate basis to it. And for people who have come to the country undocumented, I don't think they've broken any legitimate law because it takes too long to get into our country, on average, where I don't think it's a legitimate law for how long it takes for people to come into our country. Now, if they've committed a violent crime or bad crime, then I think that they would have broke a legitimate law, meaning that that's grounds for deportation.
I think that comparing our country to an app that you say is illegal to be using is a little bit different.
No, they're both crimes, right?
I've genuinely never even seen any evidence of that.
I'm sorry, you just don't pay attention.
Okay, I guess then what do you think the punishment should be for using TikTok?
I don't think there should be a punishment for using TikTok. I'm sorry, did you not realize that I was saying that?
What do they think the punishment should be for using TikTok if it's a crime?
They think there shouldn't be a punishment because they're not enforcing it. Oh my god, bro.
Okay. So
Jesus.
It's a crime. I committed a crime, but there's no punishment. Whoop-de-fuck. They committed a crime. They came in our country illegally. It is overall
there shouldn't be a
obviously
punishment. There should be a punishment.
It is
if they've not
overall
committed a violent crime or
obviously
bad crime.
believed.
And the same way
It
that
is
you do not
overall
provide a
obviously
punishment.
believed that the punishment should be deportation. So that's exactly what's happening right now. I
No,
mean, he
it
got
should not
voted
be
in. How did he get voted in? How did he get voted in? Because the majority of people think that, right?
No, majority of people do not think that. A majority of people
Okay,
disagree
then
with
why
how
did he
Trump
get
is
voted in?
handling. A majority of people disagree with how Trump is handling immigration, because they thought he was going to go after people who are violent criminals, but he wasn't. He was lying.
I don't think there's any possible way to know that. We'd have to do a nationwide survey, which that's just not. I mean, I guess it is possible, not completely possible to get everyone, but I guess I really would go back in time and
Melania,
vote for
thank
him
you
again.
so much. I really appreciate the $6. Thank you. As well as Abby, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And Deborah, thank you for the 10.
I really would
Thank
go
you so
back
much
in
for the
time and vote for him.
$20.
I
Thank you
wish
so
I
much,
would
Matt.
have.
Soul, thank you for the $5. Allie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. You said what?
I said I really wish I would have gone back in time because I genuinely just, like I said at the very, very beginning of this debate, I really cannot believe with most people that are left. I think overall their values are just about very, very, like, just pleasure first things. That's what I believe.
Pleasure versus things? I'm confused what you mean.
I said pleasure first things. I don't think that overall they believe in family. I don't think they believe in anything. I think for one, I guess and don't invite another
family.
You guys think gender is more important than having more children?
What does
genders that don't
fucking
exist?
mean? What are you talking about? What do you mean when you think gender's more important than having kids? What the fuck does that mean?
Genders that don't exist.
How do you qualify how much we care about gender versus having children?
For one, I just want to say this straight out. I think the entire ideology talking
answer
about
my question. How do you quantify that we care more about quote unquote gender than having children?
Because that's literally all I see from anyone that's very, very, very hardcore left. That's all I see. They're very, very.
What do they say that makes you
of,
think that?
The first question they'll ask you when you start talking to one of them is your pronouns.
I didn't ask you what your pronouns were.
A lot of people do.
And they ask you that because they're
You're not
fucking
most
rage
people.
baiting you in 90% of circumstances.
I think that's a joke.
They're rage baiting you, yes.
Okay, so you also think it's a joke then. Good.
Yeah, they're probably rage baiting you because a lot of conservatives, they specifically like get mad when you ask them about the pronouns. Clearly you prove
Okay, good. So you also think that the idea of anything besides she, her, he, him is a joke. Thank you.
That's not what I said. What?
That's what I think. That's what I just said.
But
And
why did you
said
say that I
agreed.
think that when I never claimed that?
I said that I think it's a complete joke, and you said yeah.
Well, I think they are pretty stupid, and I'm referencing you, and that's outside the context of she, her, and he, him. I referred to you being very stupid.
Okay.
That was coherent, wasn't it? It was a pronoun outside of he, him, and she, her that I just used that proved you wrong, buddy.
What was it?
I used they, them pronouns in reference to you in a singular sense.
Okay, I'm not a they, them.
What's up?
I said I'm not a they, them.
I never said you were, but you can use they in reference to any specific person.
Yeah, but you know that's not what people are talking about.
What do you mean?
I said, that's not. For one, I honestly don't even get what they them pronouns mean. Like, because that's the first thing that people. I guess that's the most common one.
You don't
people
know. You don't
use.
get how they them pronouns. You don't get how they mean. What the fuck does that mean?
Like people that have like they them in their bio and shit. I do not know what that means. Like I don't get that at all.
I'm sorry. You don't get how to use they pronouns. Is that your issue?
No, I don't get why someone's pronouns would be they them.
Because they're non-binary.
That makes no sense.
That makes total sense.
What does that even mean?
They're genderless.
They have no gender? How can you have no gender?
Because gender is based upon your social commitments towards particular societal norms and prescriptions.
Okay. So then what is male and female?
That's biology.
Okay. So like I guess someone that's transgender, for example, that uses they them pronouns and is that how it would work? Like somebody that uses they them pronouns, like can they be trans?
Technically everyone, like I use they them pronouns as well. Also
okay, why?
he, him.
Okay, I really want to know, why do you use those?
Everyone does.
Okay, so then
every person does. Like people use they them pronouns to refer to singular individuals all the time.
Okay, that's fine. I agree with that then. Why would someone use only they them pronouns and not she, her?
Because they're non-binary. I've already told you.
What does that change though? They like
So I'm sorry, you just don't understand people who are non-binary doesn't mean that their identity is invalid. You should just do research. You should just look into.
No, I have not found a single thing that tells me.
People who are non-binary.
I don't know anyone that's non-binary.
Okay, well then go talk to people, figure it out, instead of just saying that they have an invalid identity because you don't understand yet.
Now, can you genuinely tell me though why someone would be genderless? We are born with a gender, male or female. We are born a gender.
That's not gender.
Female.
No, we're using gender in two different circumstances. Okay, I'm using gender in a reality that relates to people's social commitments towards particular social norms as a prescription of their identity, whereas you're using it in a solely biological sense. Okay,
because that's all it is.
No, it's not. That's not the way that we're using it in this connotation.
Okay, well that is all it is. They them is not a gender.
Let me ask you this question. Before kids understand chromosomes, genitalia, right, or gametes, do they understand what gender means? Do they understand what a man and what a woman is?
I don't think they do. No,
you don't.
I
think
didn't
that they
even
understand?
know.
So, by the way, when you were a child, before you knew anything about genitalia, before you knew anything about chromosomes and gametes, did you understand that your mom was a woman?
I understood what I was told. I was told that my mom was a woman.
No, let me ask you this question. Did you understand that your mom was a woman?
No, I don't believe I truly did. I don't believe I truly did understand that my mom was a woman.
He thinks that children don't know what men and women are.
Because I did not understand what a woman
ridiculous.
truly was.
Sorry to break it to you. Before I understood anything about genitalia, chromosomes, or gametes, I knew my mom was a woman. Because my prescription and what I understood of gender was not biological, it was sociological. So that's a skill issue on behalf of you when you were a child and not everyone else. It was sociological in nature in terms of how I understood it as a child.
I believe sex ties into gender is what I'm saying.
Okay,
I believe
and that's your belief. But that doesn't make it invalid for me to have a belief that is separate from that.
Okay, I believe that it's wrong to teach children things that they don't understand, though. I believe that it's wrong
to hand them a Bible. It's wrong to give them a Bible. It's wrong to specifically send them to Sunday school. It's wrong to educate them in any context under your view, because apparently you're teaching them things that they haven't already learned.
Does Sunday school change anything drastically about them that they couldn't go back from?
Yes.
Explain to me how.
Yes, it teaches you specifically to be culturally Christian or to view things from a religious perspective. It teaches children specifically to be scared of hell in plenty of circumstances. Not all Sunday schools do, but a lot of Sunday schools do. And that creates a lot of fear and anxiety for children. So yes, that is pushed on children. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. It's absolutely pushed on children. If you don't think that Christianity is pushed on children, what fucking reality are you living in?
I definitely believe that it could be pushed on children, but I don't believe
it is in most circumstances.
Does it modify their body?
It modifies specifically how they what they wear. Absolutely.
Does it? Okay, what they wear that's not mutilation of someone's body.
Wait, I'm sorry, surgery. Do you think surgery is mutilation? Do you think it's wrong to get surgery?
You're telling me you think children get surgery because
no, I'm
they're
asking,
Catholic
do you
or Christian?
think it's wrong to get surgery?
I think that it definitely can be wrong to get surgery if it's not saving their fucking
I have
life.
a question. Do you have an issue with circumcision?
I'm gonna be honest. I haven't really thought too much about that.
So you don't have an issue with genital mutilation of infants?
If you could say that, so if you want to make the point that circumcision is wrong, I don't know if I disagree with you.
Do you have an issue with
that.
genital mutilation of infants?
Yeah, I do. I guess I would go against that.
Okay, so you think it should be banned?
I don't think that it's specifically a Christian thing.
Should it be banned?
I don't mutilate someone under the age of 18.
Okay, well, no one's doing that.
They can do whatever they want.
No one's doing that in the context of what you were originally.
You're telling me nobody has ever had a sex change under the age of 18.
Children are not being given surgery. Dude, this fucking camera is crazy.
You're telling me children have never had a sex change under the age of 18.
Give your last statement, because I'm gonna get off here because my camera is annoying me and it's already.
Okay, genuinely, you're telling me children have never been. You're telling me gender affirming surgery has never been done under the age of 18, because I don't believe that's true at all.
I'm saying that does not happen. I'm saying it does not happen. Right? There's
I don't believe that that's true at all.
There's not a common thing. There's no basis for you saying that that's true. Right? No one's arguing for this on the left. No one's arguing for minors to be able to have access to this. We disagree with this.
100% of people. I literally debated Dean about this. Dean's told me specifically that people should, under the age of 18, should be able to have surgeries. He told me that should be able. What do you mean nobody's arguing?
You're lying.
Yes.
You're lying.
Somebody transgender told me on his live.
Arctic, don't come on my stream and lie about my best friend, you fucking dumbass. He's my best friend.
You were on the live.
He did not say that, you dipshit. I'm sorry. You are not dumb enough to believe that Dean actually said that on the live. Are you that stupid? Are you genuinely that stupid? He did not say that. No, never once did he say that. Never happened. You are making that up. You are lying.
He agreed with a trans person on his live that said that.
That said that specifically people should be able to get access to puberty blockers?
Yes, puberty blockers.
That's not surgery, you fucking idiot. Are you stupid?
Both.
Do you think puberty blockers are surgery?
No, I said both.
Okay, then why'd you say it was surgery? Then why'd you say it was surgery?
I didn't. You said puberty blockers, and I said.
You said that Dean advocated for.
I said puberty blockers.
Oh, you're gonna use a fucking slur? Get the fuck off my live, you waste of fucking space. Absolute waste of space. Get the fuck off the stream. Fuck you, dude. Fuck people like that. They're such a waste of my time. Absolute waste of my fucking time, dude. Absolute fucking waste. I'm getting off, everybody. I'm getting off. All right, everybody. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow. I'll be on probably later in the day. I'll keep everyone updated. Probably once Dean gets off, I'll get off. I'd recommend everyone to go over to the YouTube. I would appreciate if you like the stream, everybody. Also, check out the short that I posted on YouTube. I would really appreciate it if you do so. Have a good night, everyone. Peace out. I love y'all.